Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 371 to 390. At this time, old Yu stepped into his older brother's courtyard. When he heard the sounds of his niece sobbing, the look on his face immediately changed. In previous years, when the weather suddenly changed, a lot of old folks with weaker bodies were unable to endure it. His eldest brother was older than him by 8 years and was already past the age of 60. Perhaps. He quickened his steps and entered the room. Inside were his niece and nephew, and both of them seemed very distressed. Yu Lichun was lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut. There was an unnatural flush on his face and there were a few sores on his cracked lips. His chest was still moving slightly, which allowed old Yu to relax a little. "Third uncle, you got better, third uncle. Which medicine hall's doctor treated you? What type of medicine did you eat?" When Yu Zhong saw that old Yu had come in, he was stunned for a second and then hope lit up his face. A few days ago, old Yu's illness was quite severe and had pretty much the exact same symptoms as Yu Yang's father. He was feverish, coughing, and had fallen into an unconscious stupor due to the severity. After taking medicine that was prescribed by Tongren Medicine Hall, he still didn't get better. He had heard that third uncle's family had connections with Dr. Sun from Tongren Medicine Hall. Did Dr. Sun come back from the capital? Old Yu hesitated for a moment and then stated with a bit uncertainty, Dr. Sun had gone into the capital on the behalf of some noble. The person who treated me was his head disciple, who is also considered a very skilled doctor in town. However, my body was weak and didn't get better even after taking a dozen taels worth of medicine. Didn't your niece learn a bit of medicine in the past? People turn to any doctor when someone is ill, so she concocted a few tisanes for me. Perhaps the medicine I took earlier had finally taken effect, but within a few days I was completely better. Yu Yang's eyes flickered with a different light and knocked his head a few times as he repeatedly said, "That's right, ah. Xiao Sao also knows some medicine. How could I possibly forget this? Third uncle, thank you for reminding me. I'm going to go invite Xiao Sao over now." "Dajiang, how old is Xiao Sao right now? She only knows a bit of basic medicine, so she can't be considered more skilled than the doctors in town, right? Even the most skilled doctors in town are no use, so what would inviting her over do?" Yu Yang's older sister didn't quite approve of her younger brother's decision. Yu Zhong rubbed his sore and red eyes as he looked at his older sister. "Older sister, you haven't spent a lot of time in Dongshan village these past 2 years and don't know of your niece's abilities. Even the royal prince, after hurting his arm, had Xiao Sao treat his arm. Also, Princess Consort Jing had also invited Xiao Sao to craft medicinal cuisine for her to strengthen her body. That being said, if we don't ask her, are we just supposed to watch our father die in front of our eyes?" Yu Yang's older sister couldn't say anything. It was true, even the doctors in town had said that her father couldn't get better, so they advised them to prepare for the future. Perhaps having Xiao Sao come over to treat him was the only bit of hope they had left. After Xiao Sao got the message, she almost ran the entire way there. Her medicine box was carried over by Yu Zhong. When they entered the room, they were so winded that they continued to huff and puff for quite a bit. Yu Xiao Sao was very worried when she saw her granduncle's condition. When she first transmigrated over, her granduncle had treated her better than her grandfather and supported her family. Furthermore, he didn't even hesitate to give them all of his money to have her go into town and be seen by a doctor. After they split from the main family, eldest granduncle's family also helped them frequently when they were too busy. Their two families acted as if they were one whole family. She resolved to do her best to save such a kind-hearted and gentle old man. Yu Xiao Sao took her granduncle's pulse and discovered that he was not doing well. She then took out a porcelain bottle from her medicine box and had her third uncle, Yu Zhong, pry his father's mouth open to drip 2 drops of mystic stone water into his mouth. She noticed that everyone regarded the bottle in her hand with curiosity, so she explained, "When my grandfather got really sick recently, I used more than 20 medicinal herbs to extract an essence to combat cold illnesses. My grandfather has personally experienced its effects." She then had a person fill up a basin of warm water and also added a few drops of mystic stone water to it. She instructed her third uncle to wipe her granduncle's body. "Eldest granduncle's illness is a lot worse than when my grandfather was sick. We not only have to give him oral medication but we also have to wipe medication on his body. By washing his body with some warm water, it can help him reduce his fever. Right now eldest granduncle has a high fever that's not abating, so we need to lower his temperature before the fever damages him." After she finished her explanation, Yu Xiaoxiao stepped out of the inner room and took out a few medicinal herbs that had been filled with spiritual energy by the divine stone. She personally concocted the herbs into a tonic. During the process, when other people weren't observing her, she also stealthily added a drop of mystic stone water to the mixture. Yu Zhong and his oldest brother, Yu Shi, were in the room as they continuously wiped their father's body with the warm water mixture. Within moments, the mystic stone water started affecting the sick man. Yu Lichen's fever started to go down significantly. By the time the tonic was finished, he had already woken up from his stupor and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yu Lichun drank the medicine and then said a few words to his younger brother and children before he went back into a deep sleep. Yu Xiaoxiao was cleaning up her medicine box as she said, "The medicine I concocted should be taken 3 times a day. After 3 days, I'll come over to take eldest granduncle's pulse again. For the next 2 days, let eldest granduncle rest and he should be like my grandfather very soon and be able to walk around the village." When Yu Yang's wife noticed that Xiaoxiao's medicine was very effective, she pulled on Xiaoxiao's hand as she sobbed, "Xiaoxiao, can you take a look at my daughter Ah? She's also been sick for many days." Yu Xiaoxiao entered the west room with third aunt and inside was a tiny, skinny baby sleeping there. Her face was ghost white and occasionally she would have a bout of hacking coughs. Perhaps she was feeling uncomfortable, but she started to wail. Her cries were weak and thin and sounded like cat crying. Yu Yang's wife picked up her daughter and gently patted her on the back. Yu Yang's eyes became hot with tears again as he asked, "Xiaoxiao, can my little girl drink the essence that's in your porcelain bottle? It's only been a few days but she's already shrunken until she doesn't look human. She hasn't been able to drink any medication and often vomits. Every time she coughs, all of the medicine and gruel we managed to get her to drink comes back up. She was, after all, his own blood and flesh." Yu Zhong was somewhat incoherent when he described his daughter's condition. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her younger cousin and nodded. She also got sick after being exposed to the cold. This essence should also help strengthen her body. "Third uncle, go pour a glass of warm water." After the previously boiled water was poured, Yu Xiaoxiao dripped half a drop of mystic stone water into it and had third aunt feed the mixture to the little girl. Yu Xiaoxiao also explained, "The baby is too young, so we can't use too much medicinal essence for her. Too much medicine is just as harmful as not taking any. Her cough is quite severe, so I'm going to go back to concoct some cough syrup. The syrup will taste sweet and is suitable for young children to use." Yu Yang's wife hesitated for a second before she finally decided to ask, "Don't we need to concoct some medicine for her?" Yu Xiaoxiao lightly shook her head and stated, "Regular medications are too bitter and most children don't like to eat it. Even if you force them to, they'll often vomit it back up. The syrup I'm talking about is actually a type of medication. The only difference is that I also added some honey, so it'll taste more sweet. The efficacy of the medication is also not bad." After she left eldest granduncle's residence, Yu Xiaoxiao started to concoct the ginger syrup. This type of syrup not only had ingredients to suppress coughing but it could also treat illnesses caused by cold exposure. There were a few drops of mystic stone water added so it amplified the effect of the herbs. There were quite a few children in the village who were sick, so Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately made a larger batch of this syrup. That a way she could avoid having to make it again when someone inevitably asked for it. That night, she didn't sleep as she made the syrup. The next morning, she went over to her eldest granduncle's house to deliver the new medication. Her eldest granduncle's fever had already disappeared, and he was currently leaning against some blankets as he talked to his family. They mentioned that his appetite that morning had been pretty good and he had even eaten 2 bowls of congee. When they saw Yu Xiaoxiao enter, everyone complimented her medicinal skills and proclaimed that they had faith in her skills now. Yu Xiaoxiao took her eldest granduncle's pulse and then grinned, "Eldest granduncle, you just need to take a few more bowls of medicine and then you'll be completely better. Rest well for the next few days. My grandfather is still waiting for you so he can play chess with you. With your grandfather's poor skill at chess, I have no desire to even play with him. Ah. Xiaoxiao, I owe you this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that this old bag of bones would be gone. Yu Lichun looked like he had aged several years after this bout of illness. His voice didn't have much energy to it, but he seemed a lot more vigorous compared to before. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, just look at what you're saying. Eldest granduncle, the heavens help those who are worthy. Although it looked bad this time, in the end, you were able to escape calamity. Go rest, I'm going to go look at the baby. What's wrong with the baby? Ah, she's sick. Is it serious? No one in the family had told Yu Lichun the news about the baby while he was ill, which was why he didn't know she was sick until now. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw this, she hastily comforted him, eldest granduncle, don't worry. The baby is fine, she's only been coughing these past 2 days. I came over to bring over the cough suppressant syrup I made for her. Children like this type of syrup and it works pretty well. Don't worry, with me around, the baby will be able to call you grandfather tomorrow. Once Yu Lichun found out that the baby only had a cough, he relaxed a bit and then laughed. You lass, you're quite good at calming people down. However, your little cousin still hasn't reached the age when she can talk. She can't even say father or mother, so how would she be able to say grandfather? Some children learned how to speak early, while others learned later. The baby was already over a year old, but she hadn't started to talk yet. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed her nose before she dispiritedly said farewell to her granduncle and entered the west room. The baby was currently awake and was lying listlessly in Yu Yang's wife's arms. When the little girl saw Yu Xiaoxiao enter, she blinked her 2 eyes and then buried her face into her mother's arms and refused to come out. Oh, our family's little girl is a bit shy now. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the little baby who was hidden inside third aunt's arms with her butt up in the air. She looked very cute, so Xiaoxiao laughed and cracked a joke. Afterwards, she asked her third aunt, it looks like the baby is more energetic. Did she still have a fever last night? What about a cough? Yu Yang's wife finally had a bit of a smile on her face. She looked gratefully at Xiaoxiao and replied, yesterday night, she slept quite well and didn't make a peep the entire night. In the middle of the night, I touched her back and saw that she was sweating. Thus, I followed what you said and used some warm water to wipe her body and then changed her into a set of clean clothing. She didn't cough much last night and also didn't vomit. Xiaoxiao, the medicine you made is better than the one the doctor from town made. What kind of doctor did your third uncle bring over from town? He even said that our family's girl wasn't looking too good. Any doctor in town had better medicinal skills and knowledge than she did. When she heard her third aunt complimenting her, Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit sheepish and lightly coughed. Everyone has their own speciality. Perhaps that doctor isn't as familiar with pediatric medicine. Ah. Third aunt, the medicine I made is quite complicated and after treating eldest granduncle and the baby, I don't have much left. Please don't spread the word about this. Her third aunt nodded honestly, I understand. This is a secret recipe of yours. Normally, most people would hide it and deny that they knew of it. Who would brag about it? In regard to what third aunt had imagined, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't offer many explanations. She took out the syrup, poured it onto a small soup spoon, and added some hot water to it. As if she was a big gray wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood, she said, Near, older sister brought some sugared water. It tastes delicious. Would you like a taste? Near could understand words now. Upon hearing it was sweet sugared water, she was like a little mouse checking the situation outside of its tunnel, revealing one eye from her mother's embrace. She looked curiously at the spoon in Yu Xiaoxiao's hand. She saw that it was black inside, similar to the bitter medicine her parents had fed her a few days ago. She hurriedly buried her head in her mother's arms. She wailed and began to cry. Yu Xiaoxiao still has a trick with comforting children. She took out the small cake that Madame Lu made in the morning. It was covered in jam and had a honeyed strawberry. She used a soft and sweet voice. Near, older sister has a small strawberry cake here. It's fluffy, soft and sweet, and very delicious. Only obedient children will be rewarded a piece. Ever since Yu Zhong started helping to collect marine goods, the family's living standard had risen sharply. The children would occasionally eat candy and cakes. However, their family still had frugal habits. Candy and cakes couldn't be enjoyed by the children by their will, and thus being able to eat them once or twice a month was already great happiness. Near stopped crying when she heard that there was a delicious cake, and she even forgot to cry. She secretly looked at the cake in Yu Xiaoxiao's hand from her mother's arms. The red strawberry and the cake that was emitting a rich fragrance caught Near's attention. She couldn't care about being shy. Her little head finally popped out from Yu Yang's wife's embrace. After you drink the medicine, I will give Near a piece of cake. Your older brother and sisters won't be having any. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to lure the shy little white bunny by saying, older sister promises you that the medicine isn't bitter at all. Near is the bravest, do you want to give it a try? Near looked at the medicine in Yu Xiaoxiao's right hand and the cake in her left. Her gaze moved back and forth many times before she made up her mind and gave a little nod. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly put the medicine into Near's open mouth. At first, Near's face wrinkled as if expecting a bitter taste. After the medicine entered her mouth, her expression suddenly smoothed out. The little girl's eyes were round as she stared at the spoon in Yu Xiaoxiao's hand, which still contained some black liquid medicine. She smacked her lips twice as if recollecting the taste of it. Near is the greatest. Come on, drink the rest and you can eat the cake. Yu Xiaoxiao scooped some warm water from the bowl into the spoon. This time, Near didn't resist at all and drank all the medicine smoothly. Yu Xiaoxiao gave Near a compliment again and fed her the strawberry cake spoon by spoon. The little one's shyness was all gone by this point. She ate the cake happily and danced with joy toward his family. With the experience this time, Near wasn't so resistant to drinking medicine anymore. However, the clever little one would lick the medicine before drinking it every time to try it out. Only when she found that it was sweet, she would drink it without resistance. Sometimes, she felt she hadn't had enough and she would cry to have another sip. When a matron, who had a good relationship with Xiaoxiao's third aunt, saw that Near had quickly recovered from her illness after she drank all the medicine made by Yu Xiaoxiao, she hurriedly passed the news to her brother in the next village. The only child in her brother's family had also gotten sick, coughing really badly. The symptoms were similar to those of Near but not as serious. The matron's brother was almost 30 before he got a precious child, so his heart ached dearly when the child got sick. Hearing that the Yu family had a certain cure, he came to ask for medicine with money. Yu Xiaoxiao asked about the symptoms of the illness. With the confirmation, she was certain that her cold cough syrup was just right for the illness. She filled a bottle, enough for a week. However, this bottle of medicine wasn't cheap, 500 copper coins for one bottle. After all the medicinal herbs cost money and a lot of honey was added. The cost alone was at least 300 copper coins. The man gritted his teeth and bought a bottle to take back. His family's baby son only ate it for 1 day before his cold lightened. After 3 days, he was basically well. Then, after stabilizing for 2 days, the illness was all gone. As a result, by word of mouth, the people of the nearby villages all came to Dongshan village to ask for medicine. In addition to children's cough syrup, Yu Xiaoxiao also made pills to combat the cold, cough relief, anti-inflammatory, and fever reduction, which were all packed in different porcelain jars. These pills were all improved from the basic common medicinal concoctions, and with less honey inside, the price was much lower. In addition to the children's cough syrup being sold, these kinds of pills were also sold. Due to the effectiveness of the Yu family's pills, the public became gradually aware and more people came to seek medical treatment. Medicine practice wasn't Yu Xiaoxiao's wish. The reason she learned medicine was to cover up the results of the mystic stone water. As a result, most of the people who came to seek medical treatment were rejected by her. To the public, her excuse was, Royal Prince Yang is kind and rewarded our family with several prescriptions for treating colds and coughs. I am still young and my medical skills are as good. I dare not give treatment easily. The Tongren Medicine Hall in town has doctors with excellent medical skills and high medical ethics. You can go there for medical treatment. I only sell pills and medicine here. When the people who came to seek treatment saw that the rumored legendary doctor was actually a little girl in her teens, they had some doubts in their hearts. They dared not insist on her treating them after hearing her explanation. However, upon hearing that the prescriptions for the pills and medicinal liquids came from Royal Prince Yang, the villagers became convinced and the sales steadily rose. When winter came, no one could guarantee that they and their families won't suffer from having a cold. The pills were sealed with wax on the outside. As long as they were properly sealed, there's no problem for them to sit for half a year. Thus, almost all the people who had the financial means would buy some pills as precautions. Dr. Sun, who had returned from the capital, heard about the Yu family's pills and rushed to Dongshan village. He braved the snow and wind to sit down and have a long discussion with Yu Xiaosao and her father. It seemed like he was having a discussion with the pair of father and daughter, but in actuality, it was with Yu Xiaosao who was in charge. The two sides came to an agreement. Tongren Medicine Hall would provide the medicinal herbs and the Yu family would be in charge of the production. The profits would be split in half. In fact, Dr. Sun wanted to buy the prescriptions at a high price, but Yu Xiaosao didn't agree. Once the prescription was taken out, Dr. Sun would have noticed something was fishy. The medicinal herbs, formula, and manufacturing weren't the most important things. The most important thing was the mystic stone water in Yu Xiaosao's hands. Without this, even if Tongren Medicine Hall got the prescription, it would be of no use. However, in this way, Yu Xiaosao, who had only rested for a few days, was busy again. Every day, she would crush herbs, mix them, roll them, and seal them. Although there were Yingtao and Yangliu to help her, Yu Xiaosao was still busy to the point as if she had two heads. The profit from the pills and the medicinal liquid was considerable. Her family had earned nearly 100 taels in half a month from selling the pills and medicinal liquid alone. After cooperating with Tongren Medicine Hall, she basically had a business without making an investment. Why not share some of the profit and hire some people to help? As a result, a production line had been set up for the production of pills. There were specifically assigned people in charge of the steps of grinding, rubbing, sealing and etc. The mixing was the only thing handled by Yu Xiaosao. The east and west wing of the west courtyard were vacated as the operation room of medicinal pills and liquid. She hired 10 young matrons and maidens from the village. Although the weather was freezing cold outside, it was very busy inside the room. The volume of sale for the medicinal pills and liquid was surprisingly good. Not only the Tongren Medicine Hall in town, as long as there was a branch of Tongren Medicine Hall in the area, they would sell the Yu family's medicinal pills and medicinal syrups. Especially in the capital, if the children of the officials and nobility got sick, they didn't like to drink bitter medicine. With the medicinal syrup, it was no longer a problem to coax the children into taking their medicines. The medicinal liquids of the capital were sold out as soon as they arrived. In order to buy the sweet medicinal syrups, there was a long line in front of each Tongren Medicine Hall. Because of the effectiveness of the pills and medicinal liquids became gradually known by the public, the sales became even better, and shortage became a common thing. Tongren Medicine Hall repeatedly urged the Yu family to expand their production. The whole courtyard next door was used by the Yu family as a workshop for making pills and medicinal liquid. They employed 20 more people, and had 2 work shifts, day and night. Yet they still couldn't meet the demands of Tongren Medicine Hall. When Dr. Sun once again asked the Yu family to increase production, Yu Xiaosao protested. Dr. Sun, the most critical step in the preparation of medicinal liquids and pills is all done by me alone. Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I still wouldn't be able to handle everything myself. Look at me, I'm so tired that I've begun to lose weight. If I keep pushing myself, my body will break down, and then I won't be able to make medicinal liquid and pills. Dr. Sun saw that Yu Xiaosao's chin had become pointier. Although he wanted to talk about the prescription again, he also thought that if one didn't reach the end of one's resources, who would be willing to sell their golden goose? For the sake of long-term interests, Dr. Sun stopped rushing her. Instead, he told Yu Xiaosao to take a rest. Yu Xiaosao was really tired recently. It wasn't hard to make pills and potions. She wrote down the proportion of the various medicinal herbs and gave it to the Yingtao, who had been helping. Yingtao was very flattered. Her young miss trusted her so much that she gave her the secret recipe for the medicine without any reservations. The young girl was moved to tears and choked trying to show her loyalty. She repeatedly promised to keep and protect the prescription properly. The best way was to keep the prescription in her mind. It took her several days to be able to remember the prescription. The paper that Yu Xiaosao gave her was burned to ashes in the stove. Yingtao's heart was filled with fire. Only the young miss and her would be the only two people in the world to know the prescription for the medicines. Yingtao could stand out from so many maid servants in the general's estate because she had her own outstanding points. Soon, she picked up Xiaoxiao's job and became even more efficient than Yu Xiaoxiao. After 2 days of observation, Yu Xiaoxiao was completely relieved. She left all the burdens behind and was only responsible for providing the mystic stone water. Hence, the most leisurely person in the family was her. After a while, in the villages near Dongshan village, there was almost no one who didn't know that there was a teen girl in the Yu family who could make very effective medicinal liquid and pills. Many people who came to ask for medicine would call her Little Dr. Yu. In actuality, she was a pharmacist at best, and a cheating pharmacist at that. After entering the 12th month, the preparations for the end of the year became more and more important. The New Year's was the most important traditional holiday of the year. Even if a family was poor, when the new year arrived, they still made some good food for the family's improvement. The end of the year was also the busiest time for the Yu's braised food shop. After entering the 12th month, the 4 burners on top of the stove in the store were kept burning day and night. 4 pigs and about 20 pigs' heads were being braised every day. Yu Kaifeng and Xiaomei's mother both wished they could work during the time they spent sleeping. When the pickled food shop wasn't busy, Huang Xiaomei would also come by to help. In the braised food shop, Lu Junping and his sister worked tirelessly. One was in charge of weighing the braised food, and the other was in charge of manning the cash register. Their movements were very quick, but there was still a long line in the store. From time to time, people with impatient tempers raised their voices to urge them on faster. Lu Hu, who was originally the manager of the shop, went back to the countryside to collect pigs again. The Yu family's pig farm in Dongshan village, with the exception of the pigs left behind for breeding, only had 1 or 2 left for their family to eat during the New Year's. Now the braised pork sold by the shop was all obtained from pigs from the countryside. Lu Hu and Huang Dachui went together. Every day they would leave before dawn and come back when the moon and stars were out at night. Only in this way could they supply enough meat to keep up with the amount of braised food sold every day. The staff in the shop couldn't handle the booming business, so they sent a message to Dongshan village asking for help. Yu Xiaoxiao gave Yingtao full authority on the matter of making the medicinal pills and liquids. After getting the message, she and Xiaolian, along with Yangliu, rushed to the prefectural city to help in spite of the cold. Yu Xiaoxiao took over the task of making roasted ducks, roasted chickens, and other poultry-based foods. Lu Yan'er could finally concentrate on being the salesman of the shop. Xiaolian was competent at both weighing food and collecting money, so she was also sent to the shop to help. Lu Junping finally had free time and was able to run more meat stalls in town to buy more pig heads and pig offal. Although more than 10 or 20 some sets of braised pig heads and braised pig offals were prepared every day, these cheap yet delicious pig parts were also the first to be sold out. The number of workers in the shop who were in charge of cleaning up the pigs' heads and offal also doubled. Pigs' heads and offal were hard to prepare, and these seasonal workers were usually busy all day long. At the request of customers, Yu Xiaoxiao doubled the number of limited foods sold each, such as the roasted chicken and duck. Wealthier families sent their servants out to line up in front of the braised food store before dawn regardless of the weather in order to be able to buy roasted chicken and duck to entertain guests so they would have better reputations. When Lu Yan'er opened the shop in the morning, she was scared by the snowmen standing in front of the door. On the 10th day of the 12th month, around noon, there was still a long line in front of the doors of the Yu's braised food shop. Most of them were ordinary people in ordinary clothes, and many of them were villagers from nearby villages. At the start of the 12th month, people from nearby villages often came into the prefectural city to buy New Year's products. Now their first choice was to buy a few caddies of braised food from the Yu's braised food shop to take home. The Yu's braised food shop had rich and delicious food at a fair price. In particular, the price of pig's intestines wasn't much more expensive than buying raw pork. Ordinary people could easily afford it. In the past, the villagers who had difficulties at home would grit their teeth and buy half a caddy of pork meat to satisfy their children's hunger during the New Year's. Now, they switched to buying braised pig's head meat or intestines that were rich and fatty. The dishes with limited sales. were sold out as soon as they opened every day. This was still the case when they implemented the rule that everyone could only buy two. If they had let the customers buy all they wanted, it was likely that one person would buy all the limited dishes in the shop for that day. Even with these rules in place, there were still many families who sent several servants to line up at one time. These families did not lack money and had plenty of servants. It was better to prepare more roasted chickens and ducks so that when they had guests over, they would have face. Yu Xiaosao asked Yang Liu to go to the back kitchen to help her oldest aunt. She took the balance from the pickled food shop and began to help to weigh the braised food. As a result, sales were much faster. There was light snow outside, and the scene of those who were waiting in line to buy braised foods made Yu Xiaosao feel sympathy for those customers. At this time, a carriage passed by the doors. The guard beside the carriage was a big man. With bright eyes, he glanced at the long line in front of the shop, seeming to be even more on guard. "Stop, stop, stop." A familiar voice came from inside, so fragrant. "This is the smell of braised pig's head meat. This smells more authentic than the work of an imperial chef. It's clearly the work of that lass from the Yu family. Dequan, go and see where the fragrance is coming from." The white-haired old man without a beard, who was around 50 years of age and was beside the carriage, jumped off his horse. His action was nimbler than that of a young man. The old man walked by the group and went straight to the doors of the Yu's braised food shop. "Line up, line up. You're not a local, right? You must line up first if you want to buy braised foods," shouted some people in the back who were unhappy. The old man ignored them and looked up at the sign above the door and then glanced inside the shop. His eyes first stopped on Yu Xiaolian, who was collecting money. A moment later, he turned to Yu Xiaosao, who was smiling and weighing braised pig's head meat for an old woman. He didn't alert the people in the shop and turned around, going back to the side of the carriage. He bent his body and bowed to the person opposite him. In a slightly shrill voice, he said, "Master, you guessed right. It's a shop opened by Miss Yu. Both sisters are busy in the shop. Ha ha. When did that girl open a shop in Jinwei Prefectural City? And she didn't even tell me, the Fifth Lord, a word. Fortunately, we didn't go on the small back roads or I would have gone to Dongshan village for nothing." A strong hand came out from the inside of the carriage. On his thumb was a crystal-clear jade ring. The carriage's curtain was lifted and an old man with a chubby round face came out. He had white hair yet a childlike complexion and a long beard. He was wearing fine clothing and had an extraordinary presence. The white-haired old man without a beard held an oiled paper umbrella above the old man wearing fine clothes. The old man wearing fine clothes strolled up to the braised food shop and shouted at Yu Xiaosao, who was engrossed in serving customers, "Lass, give me half a pig's head, and a pair of pig's ears. Slice the pig ears and mix them with red oil." The people in line behind him didn't yell at him to line up as they had at the other old man after they saw his extraordinary presence. Yu Xiaosao heard the sound and found it familiar. She almost threw her balance when she lifted her head up. "Oh my goodness, how did this big Buddha come to this prefectural city?" She opened her mouth, looked at the Emperor Emeritus's clothes and the people around him, and swallowed the title, Emperor Emeritus, forcefully. She squeezed out a smile and asked, Fifth Lord, why are you not in the capital at this time?" "Arg." The Emperor Emeritus sighed with a look of helplessness as he held his stomach. "I didn't want to run around in the cold either. The gluttonous insects in my stomach are making trouble, so I didn't have any other ideas." Dequan, who was beside him, quietly reminded, "Master, it's cold outside. Why don't you greet Miss Xiaosao inside?" Speaking out of turn, "My body and bones are still fine. In the old days, in order to win an ambush, I waited in the snow for 3 full days. I caught the enemy by surprise and gained a complete victory, achoo." Before he finished speaking, the Emperor Emeritus let out a big sneeze. Yu Xiaosao quickly put down the balance in her hands, came out of the shop, and invited the old man into the yard. "Fifth Lord, warm up on the Kong bed first in the guest room. I'll cook you a bowl of ginger soup." Yu Xiaosao originally wanted to invite them into the living room, but the conditions of the courtyard were limited. There wasn't a heated wall in the living room, so it was as cold as outside. Without any other options, she had to invite them into the guest room. The Kong bed in the guest room was so hot that the Emperor Emeritus took off his shoes and sat down with a comfortable sigh. He spoke to Daquan, who was waiting on him at the side. Daquan, we can't refuse to be old. Even with a brazier in the carriage, people will still get sick. You should take off your shoes and warm up by the Kong bed. This servant doesn't dare. Daquan was an old eunuch who had served the Emperor Emeritus for decades. He was very considerate in his daily services, but he had a more old-fashioned personality. The Emperor Emeritus cut him off with a glance, smiled, and said, "Why do you not dare? Do you have foot odor and are afraid of suffocating me?" Daquan responded to the Emperor Emeritus's joke in a flat voice, "Those with diseases or a strong body odor can't enter the imperial palace to serve." "Hold it. It's been decades, how could I still not know you? Come, this is an order. If you also get a cold, who will serve me? I'm not used to being served by other people." After the Emperor Emeritus abdicated, he became more and more easygoing. In his eyes, social statuses were just a fart. Daquan was deeply moved. Seeing the Emperor Emeritus's firm manner, he solemnly thanked his master. He took off his shoes and sat down at the far end of the Kong. The Emperor Emeritus threw over a blanket for him to cover his legs with. Daquan was so devoted that he developed rheumatism in the legs in his earlier years. These 2 days, the stubborn old eunuch wasn't willing to ride in the carriage with him and rode on a horse in the snow and wind, so it must have been hard. After covering his legs with the blanket, Daquan felt the kindness of his master in his heart again. At that time, after the collapse of the previous dynasty, he was sent to the palace to wait for a chance to kill the Emperor Emeritus, who was still the emperor at the time. However, the master never treated him as a slave and instead treated him as an equal, with respect all the time. Even if the master guessed that he had ulterior motives, he was still valued. With time, even a stone heart would be warmed. He betrayed his former master and followed his current master wholeheartedly. It had been 30 years. He had never regretted his decision and even felt glad at the choice he had made. Cough, cough, cough. The Emperor Emeritus coughed, interrupting Daquan's recollections. He hurried off the Kong bed and poured a cup of warm water from the teapot, serving his master the drink. Daquan looked at his master's face and said worriedly, "Master, we didn't bring an imperial physician with us on this trip. This servant will go inquire where the most famous doctor is in the prefectural city." The Emperor Emeritus waved a hand and shook his head, "No. Didn't we buy Tongren Medicine Hall's medicinal pills? I'll take a cold and cough pill and be fine. It's just a small cold, it won't beat this old man yet." Yu Xiaosao finished cooking the ginger soup and had added a drop of mystic stone water before bringing it over. Seeing the pills in Daquan's hands, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Fifth Lord, can you let this ordinary girl take your pulse? Medicine is 3 parts poison. Although this pill is good, it can't be casually taken." "Ha ha. Cough, cough, cough." The Emperor Emeritus coughed for a while. He looked at Yu Xiaosao and said with a smile, "I almost forgot that the legendary Dr. Yu is still here." Yu Xiaosao seriously checked his pulse and said, "Fifth Lord, you have slight symptoms of a cold. You don't need to take any pills, but did you bring Tongren Medicine Hall's cough syrup?" The Emperor Emeritus glared at her with his large bell-like eyes, which looked quite scary. "This lord and the people around me are all grown adults, so why would I have such a thing? Aren't those syrups for children?" Yu Xiaosao explained, "The syrups are mostly made of relatively mild drugs and don't have any side effects. It's effective for treating mild cold and coughing. Fifth Lord, you have a strong body, so you can quickly recover after drinking cough syrup. Why would you eat bitter pills and spoil your appetite?" The Emperor Emeritus, Zhu Weiyong, thought about it and felt that the little girl's words sounded quite reasonable. It didn't matter what kind of medication he took, as long as it worked quickly and didn't delay him from enjoying delicious food. After Zhu Weiyong drank a sip of the syrup, he rinsed the sweetness within his mouth with warm water. Then he eagerly said, "Lass, quickly cut up some pig head meat and pig ears for me. Daquan, take out the wine that I told you to bring along. To drink wine and eat cold pig head meat, that feeling is even better than living as an immortal." With a stern expression, Daquan looked at Yu Xiaosao and asked, "Miss Xiaosao, with my master's health, can he eat such greasy food and drink wine?" Without waiting for Yu Xiaosao's reply, Zhu Weiyang glared at him with his large bull-like eyes and shouted, "Why can't I? It's just a small cold. I've already drank ginger soup and taken the medication. Didn't you hear what last Xiaosao said? My illness will get better soon. Daquan, stop wasting time and quickly go get the wine." Daquan's feet didn't move at all, and his eyes were still focused on Xiaosao. Yu Xiaosao smiled at him and said, "He can eat meat, but he can't drink any alcohol at all." Seeing that the Emperor Emeritus wanted to say something, she continued, "Drinking alcohol is the most taboo thing for one to do when ill. If the illness becomes more serious, I'm afraid that, in the future, even eating meat will be forbidden and you will need to eat a light diet." When Zhu Weiyang heard this, he quickly let go of his desire to drink. He didn't want to be a little white rabbit, be a vegetarian, under Daquan's supervision. It was about time for lunch now. Yu Xiaosao cut up a small plate of pig head meat, which consisted of more lean meat than fatty meat, and mixed it with minced garlic and sesame oil. Responding to his request, she also made a plate of pig ear strips with chili oil and cut half a roasted chicken. After that, she stir-fried several vegetable dishes and placed them all on a Kong table. Zhu Weiyang complained about the lean meat of the pig head meat, but he unreservedly wrapped the pig head meat within a steamed bun and ate it in big mouthfuls. He devoured all the meat dishes on the table and drank a big bowl of soup, but he didn't eat much of the vegetable dishes. After he finished eating, he rubbed his belly with contentment and lay down to rest on the Kong bed. Yu Xiaosao also prepared a sumptuous meal for head steward Daquan and the imperial bodyguards. Most of the dishes were the braised food from the shop and a few stir-fried dishes. Everyone was very satisfied with her cooking. Originally, it was quite a difficult task to accompany their master on a trip in December. However, when the imperial bodyguards found out that their master wanted to go to Dongshan village, they competed fiercely for this opportunity in private. None of the imperial bodyguards who had tried Yu Xiaosao's cooking didn't miss and yearn for it. Yu Xiaosao had used mystic stone water to make the soup that the Emperor Emeritus drank. Therefore, when Zhu Weiyang woke up from his sleep, his entire body felt comfortable and refreshed. His fatigue from the trip was also gone. Zhu Weiyang, who had filled his stomach and rested, called Yu Xiaosao over and discussed with her, "Lass, the business of your braised food shop in the prefectural city is doing very good. Are there any plans to open a branch shop?" Yu Xiaosao thought about it and seriously answered, "We're seriously understaffed here, so we can barely manage one shop. Where would we get the energy to manage another shop?" Zhu Weiyang widened his bull-like eyes and smacked the table, "Manpower. This lord has it all. What do you think about this? I'll provide the workers, storefront, and money, while you provide the skills. Let's collaborate to open a braised food shop in the capital. You don't have to worry about anything, other than teaching the chefs to make the braised pig head meat to taste exactly like yours. You don't even have to come to the shop. You can take all the profits. I won't take a single coin." "What, Emperor Emeritus, are you a fool? Or do you have so much money that you don't know how to spend it? You're providing the money, people, and storefront, as well as also doing all the work. Yet you're giving away all the profit and not taking a single copper coin. Did such a good matter like a pie in the sky really happen to me?" Yu Xiaosao slightly hesitated, and then asked, "Fifth Lord, didn't I already give you the recipes for braised food? The imperial chefs in the palace have already learned the method of making braised pig head meat, so why do you still want to open a store?" When Zhu Weiyang heard her mention those disappointing imperial chefs, he got angry. "Don't bring it up. When you were in the palace, the braised food that the imperial chefs made was still acceptable. But, after you left and there wasn't anyone supervising them, their cooking skills instantly decreased. Yet they're still claimed that they made it according to your recipe. Wouldn't that make you angry too? Perhaps they're used to cooking exquisite and elegant food, so they still have a slight sense of disdain and resistance towards coarse dishes like braised pig head meat and offals. Mentality determines craftsmanship, so that might be why they can't meet Fifth Lord's standards, right?" Yu Xiaosao was very clear about the real reason, but she had to work hard to think of an excuse for the imperial chefs. After thinking about it, Zhu Weiyang completely agreed with her. He was so angry that he wanted to harshly reproach those arrogant and self-important imperial chefs. Yu Xiaosao giggled and said, "Fifth Lord, have you never suspected that I might have given you a fake recipe, or held something back? Zhu Weiyang glanced at her and firmly stated, you won't. Your guts are even smaller than an ant, so you don't have the courage to play tricks with me. Besides, you personally taught those guys in the palace. Under your guidance, they were clearly able to make delicious-tasting braised pig head meat. As soon as you left, there was something wrong with the taste. Those old fellows must be loafing on the job. This won't do. Lass, you must cooperate with me and open up a braised food shop. Otherwise, this lord would have to run all the way to the prefectural city or Dongshan village in order to authentic braised pig head meat. I'm getting old and can't endure such trouble. Tisk. He is even using the tactic of mourning soldiers. Emperor Emeritus, this isn't the battlefield, so your tactics won't work here. Since Fifth Lord already said that, I can't tactlessly ignore your kindness, right? Then it's settled. Selecting the location, renovation, hiring, management, and procurement, I won't interfere with any of those matters. I'm only responsible for training the cooks. But, I'm not a greedy person, so let's split 50-50. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that the Emperor Emeritus' proposal was good, but she didn't feel at ease. If she pulled the Emperor Emeritus onto the same boat, then no one would dare cause trouble for them. Sure, as expected, this lord didn't misjudge you. You're such a kind and righteous girl. I'll go back tomorrow to make the arrangement and strive to open the shop in December. Emperor Emeritus, weren't you being too impatient? It was already the 10th day of December. When you got back to the capital, you would have to choose the location, renovate the shop, and so on. Wouldn't that need at least 2 to 3 months to be completed? Yu Xiaoxiao never expected that this wasn't an idea that the Emperor Emeritus suddenly came up with. Instead, he had long settled on a storefront, which was used to be the location of a long-established pastry shop. He forcibly exchanged the storefront with them by giving them a store that was located at an even better area and worth a higher price. He also compensated them with a lot of money for delaying their work. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao was taken to the capital on the 20th of December, the storefront was already ready for operations after being slightly fixed up. In addition to the oven, the back kitchen also had 6 stoves and various kitchenware were available. The staff was already in place, and they were just waiting for her, the main chef, to come over. For this visit to the capital, Yu Xiaoxiao also brought along Yang Liu, a maidservant who was obsessed with cooking, and her older twin sister, Yu Xiaolian. Yu Xiaolian had already mastered the skill of braising food, and the braised food she made tasted even more authentic than Yu Xiaoxiao's. It would be a waste not to use these free helpers. Yu Xiaoxiao wandered around in the kitchen, and then went to look at the well in the backyard. She asked the little divine stone to turn the well water into mystic stone water, and she also did the same for the water in the vats. She arranged Yu Xiaolian to teach the chefs, who were sent by the Emperor Emeritus, how to make braised food. Xiaolian had strict control over the ratio of the seasonings, as well as the heat for cooking. Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, personally taught Yang Liu how to make dishes like roasted chicken, roasted duck, salted duck, smoked duck, and more. Then she taught the recipes to the other chefs. Anyway, the Emperor Emeritus assured her that these chefs were trustworthy, and they would never leak the recipes. In order to not compete with Junshou Restaurant, she specially requested to limit the sales of dishes that were the same or similar as the dishes sold at Junshou Restaurant. After being busy for 2 days, the shop that the Emperor Emeritus personally set up was finally ready for business. Originally, he had prepared open the shop in a low-key manner by just setting off a string of firecrackers and uncovering the plaque. Unbeknownst to him, many people had started watching him since he exchanged storefronts with the pasty shop. The news that the Emperor Emeritus had nothing to do and decided to open a store swiftly spread throughout the upper-level circle in the capital. All their preparation before the opening of the braised food shop were being watched by countless eyes in the dark. On the day of the opening, an endless stream of high-ranking officials, aristocrats, and retired old officials had come. With a stern expression on his face, Head Steward Dequan greeted all the guests for the Emperor Emeritus. Fortunately, these people, with the exception of the old officials who had made great contributions when following the Emperor Emeritus, all tactfully left after leaving a gift. From morning to noon, there was no stop in the people coming to congratulate them. Head steward Daquan and the eunuchs who worked under him had to receive so many presents that their arms were tired. Even the one in the palace had joined in the fun and wrote a phrase of congratulation. He had Su Ran send it over, saying that hanging it up in the shop would give his imperial grandfather more face. Other people would definitely feel greatly honored to receive something personally written by the emperor. However, the Emperor Emeritus felt that his grandson was being too stingy. He had so many valuable goods, yet he only gifted him with some scribblings. The matters outside weren't things that a little farmer girl like Yu Xiaoxiao needed to be concerned about. She just dutifully stayed in the back kitchen to teach cooking. She strived to ensure that these chefs could undertake the task without her help so that she could leave earlier and go back to celebrate the New Year's with her family. Fortunately, these chefs weren't stupid. They had a solid foundation and learned quickly. After the third day of opening, most of the chefs could do the work on their own. After the Yu sisters supervised the kitchen for a few more days, they felt that they could completely let go of their hands for the chefs to cook themselves. Even the Emperor Emeritus, who had a picky tongue, felt that the chefs could graduate from their apprenticeship, and finally agreed to let the sisters leave. When they left, the sisters strolled around the capital under the protection of 2 imperial bodyguards. They bought many goods that couldn't be bought in the prefectural city and Tanggu town, and prepared gifts for everyone in the family. They finally returned to Dongshan village on December 28. The family was pleasantly surprised to see the sisters because they thought that they wouldn't be able to return for the New Year's. After a joyous and lively New Year, spring quietly approached. In the Yu residence's courtyard at the foot of Dongshan village's west mountain, there was a strong scent of medicine. Yingtao had already become the maidservant in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop. The sense of immaturity on her tender face had decreased quite a bit, and she appeared somewhat more dignified. Holding a jar of boiled herbal paste, she went through the moon-shaped door that connected the west courtyard and east courtyard. She greeted Madame Lu with a smile, and then walked straight into the backyard. The matrons, who were gathering early ripening vegetables in the courtyard, all watched her until she disappeared around the corner. Ergu's wife clicked her tongue and said, "Sister, is she the maidservant that the general's estate sent over to serve Xiaoxiao? Look at her appearance. She looks even more pampered than the daughter of a humble family in town. With how she looks, can she really work?" Auntie Fugi also curled up her lips. "I've seen that girl several times, and she's always dressed up beautifully. She looked even more like a young miss than the young miss." Dahai's wife, "How exactly is that girl? There are some servants who bullies their master. If she's not a good servant, don't worry about offending the general's wife and quickly send her back." The other women also echoed in agreement. With a gentle smile, Madame Lu said, "You guys are thinking too much. That lass Yingtao is kind and righteous, and she's also very capable. Without her help, Xiaoxiao would be so busy every day that she would barely have time to rest." As for her clothes, it was distributed by the general's household, and all the head maid servants in the estate dressed in the same way. There are many high-ranking officials and noblemen coming in and out of the general's estate, so wouldn't the masters lose face if their servants were dressed in old and shabby clothes? Auntie Fugi sighed and said, Even the maid servants of a rich family dress and eat better than us." The comparison really makes one angry. Yingtao didn't know that she had become the topic of discussion of others. At this time, she was standing in the rear courtyard in a daze. Under a pink peach blossom tree, there was a young maiden dressed in a pink spring dress and her hair was tied up in 2 small buns with blunt bangs. With her neck craned up, she had a serious expression on her fair, jade-like face. She stretched out her hands, stood on tiptoe, and tried to pluck the beautiful peach blossom flowers. "Young miss, the herbal paste for muscle relaxation and blood circulation is ready, aren't you going to check it out?" Yingtao, who admired the picturesque view, was unwilling to disturb the beautiful scene in front of her. Young Mrs. Homemade skincare cream was indeed effective. Soft and smooth, and fair and delicate, were perfect descriptions for her young Mrs. skin. Yingtao freed a hand to touch her own face, and she was very satisfied by the smooth feeling. No matter what her young miss made, she would immediately share them with her. For example, young miss had given her a bottle of the skincare cream before she even used it herself. Author's note. Actually, her young miss is using her as a guinea pig. She heard that the pearl powder inside could help brighten and smoothen one's complexion. Sure enough, she had only used it for a little over a month, but her skin had a lot smoother. Her skin, which had gotten tanner from the sea breeze, had also brightened up a lot. It was really a blessing for her to be able to serve young Miss. She was already promoted to a supervisory maidservant at the mere age of 15. The young Miss trusted her so much that she left her in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop, and all the formulas of the pills and herbal pastes were in her hands. Every day, she ate and used nearly all the same things as her young Miss. Although she had slightly more work than when she was at the general's estate, she felt very fulfilled and happy to be busy in such a manner. She felt even more fortunate that she had come out of the general's estate with Yang Liu, and volunteered to come to Dongshan village, which the other maidservants had described as a remote, backward village. Based on their qualifications in the estate, she didn't know how long it would take for them to reach their current achievements. Now, she was in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop, while Yang Liu was managing the kitchen of the braised food shop in the capital. It was very rare among the noble household to have 15 to 16-year-old maid-servants supervising a dozen or so subordinates. Would Wudong and Pippa regret not coming out with them if they found out about their current situation? As Yu Xiaosao turned around, the breeze blew behind her and the pink flower petals on the tree scattered onto the ground. She was full of spiritual energy as if she was a peach blossom fairy, or a flower spirit. She carried a small basket full of peach blossom petals and walked over to Yingtao. She moved closer to smell the herbal paste in the jar, and then nodded her head and said, "Yingtao, you're getting better and better. I only wrote down the prescription for this herbal paste and dictated the process of making it, but you have made the exact paste. It seems like you have talent in making medicine. I was right about you. It was indeed a wise decision to hand the pharmaceutical workshop to you." Yingtao revealed a bashful smile and her almond-shaped eyes were full of happiness. "Young Miss, it was you who had taught me well. People often say that servants resemble their master." Dr. Sun also praised young Miss for being talented in medicine. "As your servant, I can't drag you down, right?" Yu Xiaosao giggled and said, "That little mouth of yours really knows how to speak. I'm very satisfied with your flattery. All right, after sealing the jars of this batch of herbal paste, send them to the Tongren Medicine Hall in town. After that, you can rest for a period of time. There's no end to making money, so you must balance work and rest. If you fall ill from fatigue, where am I supposed to find such a good right-hand man?" When she heard that her young Miss thought of her as her right-hand man, Yingtao was instantly full of energy. If she had a loyalty indicator on her forehead, it must be rising right now. Young Miss had never treated her like a servant, and she had never given her orders in a commanding tone. When her young Miss made tasty food, she would give her a share. In the Yu family, she felt the warmth of family, as if she was also an indispensable part of the Yu family. Young Miss, there's a group of people and horses outside of the village. Among them, there's a carriage pulled by 4 horses. It looks very big and beautiful. A young girl, who was dressed in coarse cloth, yelled as she tottered over from outside. Her hair was tied into 2 braids, and she had slightly tanned skin. "Acting so recklessly, where are your manners? With your behavior, if we're at the general's estate, you would have already been punished numerous times. Arya, if you continue to act like this, how am I supposed to trust you to serve young Miss?" Yingtao brought forth the imposing force of a head maidservant and chided the young girl. The little girl named Arya was a maidservant who was bought by Yu Xiaosao beside the ox and horse market at the beginning of spring. There was a market formed spontaneously beside the ox and horse market. It was a place where there was no lack of people selling children and women. Arya's mother was seriously ill, and they needed the money from selling her to save her life. Yu Xiaosao paid 5 taels to buy this 13 or 14-year-old girl, having her help the family do chores at home. Arya wasn't afraid of her kind and amiable young Miss. All the masters in the family treated her very well. It was just this Yingtao who scolded her every time they met, as if older sister Yingtao was never satisfied with anything that she did. Arya was slightly stunned by Yingtao's stern expression. She looked timidly at her young Miss in hope that she could help her. "All right, Yingtao, we're not at the general's estate, so there's no need to be so strict. Relax a little, lest everyone feels uncomfortable." As expected, Yu Xiaosao spoke up. Yingtao looked at her young miss with slight aggrievement and said, "Young miss, the mistress said that, when you're a few years older, they will take you back to the general's estate and help you find a good husband. Since Arya is a maidservant that you bought, she will naturally follow you to the estate. If we don't change her bad habits now, she will definitely cry in the future." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her and said, "Who said that I must get married in the capital? There are so many rules in those noble and wealthy families. The courtyard of a noble household is as deep as the sea, so I don't want to make trouble for myself. I have already thought about it. In the future, I'll build a manor in the outskirts of Tanggu town. I'll buy and rent out all the surrounding land and rent them out so that I can be a carefree landlady. After my death, the manor and farmlands will be rewarded to my loyal servants to thank them for taking care of me in old age and burying me when I die." "Young miss, what are you saying? Which young maiden doesn't get married when she reaches an appropriate age? This won't do. I need to tell Madame Lu to have a word with you." Yingtao stomped her feet and went back to the front courtyard with a pout. Seeing her figure disappear in the backyard, Arya became lively again. With a flattering expression, she moved closer to Yu Xiaoxiao and giggled foolishly, "Young miss, Arya will serve you well. I'm not very greedy, so at that time, you can just give me 5 mu of farmland and 2 tiled roof houses." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her and sullenly said, "Your young miss, will live a long life, so you better stay alive." Although Arya was a little naive, she wasn't a fool. She pondered over her young miss's words. "That's right, I'm 2 years older than young miss. By the time young miss died in bed due to old age, I might have died a long time ago. Even if I'm fortunate enough to be alive, I would already be in my 70s or 80s. I wouldn't be able to farm even if I got the land off." Arya's face scrunched up, and she looked as if she was grieving the loss of her parents. "All right, even if you passed away earlier, aren't your children and grandchildren still around? At that time, the rewards that belong to you will be given to your descendants. Do you really have to look like someone in your family died?" Yu Xiaoxiao scolded her for being hopeless in her heart. When Arya heard this, she immediately became happy and said, "That's right. When I can't serve young miss anymore, I can have my daughter continue to serve you all." "How are you so certain that you'll give birth to a daughter in the future?" Yu Xiaoxiao teased her. Arya replied matter-of-factly, "I will just continue to have children until I get a daughter. Our village's old Zhang's family had 9 sons in a row before they finally got a daughter. I won't be as unlucky as them, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "Most people long for sons, yet you won't give up until you get a daughter." This shameless girl hadn't even reached marriageable age yet, but she was already clamoring about giving birth to a daughter. Was this really okay? "Oh right, you just mentioned something about a caravan of horses and horse carriage." Arya was slightly stunned by Yu Xiaoxiao's sudden change of topic. "It's the first time that I have seen such a large convoy and such a luxurious horse carriage. There must be a high-ranking official passing by our Dongshan village." Arya had only arrived in Dongshan village at the beginning of spring, so she didn't know that Imperial Prince Jing's household had a mountain manor on the West Mountain. Thus, she was very surprised by what she saw. "Cower, Royal Prince Yang is here." As the master and servant talked about the grand carriage procession, a voice of greeting sounded in the front courtyard. Before Madame Lu had finished speaking, a tall figure had already walked into the backyard. He was dressed in an ice blue robe inlaid with gold embroidery at the border and looked like a person made of flawless jade. Even without excessive movement, he still gave off a sense of nobility, prominence, and aloofness. His pair of slightly slanted eyes were as clear as a black obsidian immersed in water. His pure pupils and the bewitching shape of his eyes were merged wonderfully into an extremely beautiful style. "Wow, young miss, it was him. He's the person who was riding on the tall, black horse in front of the procession. Could it be that they were heading to our house?" Arya was first stunned by the gorgeous appearance of the man in front of her, and then her mind suddenly cleared up and she started screaming again. Yu Xiaoxiao smacked away her finger that was pointing at Royal Prince Yang, and pretended to scold her. "No manners. Aren't you going to quickly ask the Royal Prince for forgiveness?" Prince. In the plays, those who offended a prince would be killed. Arya immediately dropped down on her knees and kowtowed several times, banging her head on the ground. With the strength that she used, Her forehead had bruised after kowtowing a few times. "Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life." Yu Xiaosao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. She put down the basket full of flower petals in her hands and stopped her from kowtowing. She whispered to Zhu Junyang, "Quickly say that you forgive her. This lass is slow-witted. If she continues to kowtow, she will faint." Zhu Junyang glanced disdainfully at the ugly girl who was struggling to free herself from her young miss's grasp to continue kowtowing to him. He pursed his thin lips, which were as pale as water, and said, "Where did you find this dumb girl? If you need more people to serve you, this prince can gift you with a few maidservants. Any random maidservant in our prince's estate will be more clever than her." When Arya heard this, she continued to kowtow with a crying voice, "Don't drive Arya away. I will take good care of young miss. If young miss tells me to go to the south, I would never go to the west. If young miss tells me to hit a dog, I definitely wouldn't chase a chicken." Yu Xiaosao burst out in laughter and said, "Yeah right. If I told you to hit Little White, would you dare? Even if it was Little Black, I doubt you even have the guts to touch him." Arya looked up at Yu Xiaosao and said with a distressed face, "Young miss, that's because the two dogs in our family are too fierce, and they're even bigger than me. Can we replace them with the dogs raised by your eldest granduncle's family? So you think eldest granduncle's dogs are easy to bully? Why are you provoking Dawang and the others for no reason at all?" Yu Xiaosao really didn't know what to do with her. She pondered if Arya could learn something if she handed her to Yingtao. Zhu Junyang glared at the dumb maidservant and emitted cold air at her. Arya couldn't endure the pressure that Royal Prince Yang gave her, so she dejectedly looked for an excuse and went to the west courtyard. Older sister Yingtao had medicine. She needed to treat the bruise on her forehead with ointment for promoting blood circulation and dissolving bruises. When the eyesore finally left, Zhu Junyang slightly raised his phoenix eyes to look at the graceful young maiden in front of him. After not seeing her for an entire winter, the lass had grown a little taller, and she was appearing more like a teenage girl. Some of the immaturity on her small face, which was as tender as a silky white tofu, had also faded. She wore a pink dress and looked slightly more charming than the peach blossom flowers. The heart disease that hadn't acted up for the whole winter seemed like it might recur. "Young royal prince, did you have any romantic encounters while staying in the capital for several months? Did Princess Consort Jing force you to go on blind dates? Your nominal age is 19 after the new year. Many of the noble young masters in the capital, who are around your age, probably have sons who run all over the place, right?" Yu Xiaosao looked at Zhu Junyang, who looked more and more devilishly handsome the older he was, and wondered what kind of girl was worthy of such a seductively charming face. She also silently mourned for his future wife. To have a husband who's even more beautiful than herself, that must be so much pressure off. Upon hearing her questions, Zhu Junyang immediately pulled a long face and snorted, "Are you really that eager to see this prince go on blind dates and get married? This prince can't stand those commonplace women. I'm warning you, don't provoke me on purpose. Otherwise, this prince will get someone to flog you." In Yu Xiaosao's eyes, Zhu Junyang's threat was like Little White baring his teeth at others. They were just putting on a front. However, she could tell that Zhu Junyang didn't want others to mention this topic. She laughed and said, "It's a matter of course for people to get married, so what's there to be embarrassed about? From which eye do you see that this prince is embarrassed?" With a dark expression, Zhu Junyang started emitting cold air towards Yu Xiaosao, but, unfortunately, she was immune to it. Yu Xiaosao shrugged her shoulders. In any case, the important matter of the royal prince's marriage wasn't something that a little peasant girl should be concerned about. She inwardly made a silent tribute for his mother, Princess Consort Jing. It must be so tiring for her highness to have such a troublesome son. "Oh right, how's the red-clothed beauty who I met in the capital last time? Is she still staying at your house?" Yu Xiaosao's heart was burning with the desire to gossip, so she disregarded Royal Prince Yang's anger and fearlessly asked. "Beauty? What red-clothed beauty? Can that ugly brat Zhang Zixian be considered a beauty? Are you blind?" Zhu Junyang scolded her, and then continued, "My lady mother had sent her back to the Zhang family a long time ago. She doesn't have anything to do with this prince anymore, so don't put us together. Do you understand?" Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and shrugged her shoulders. That girl Zhang Zixian indeed wasn't a very good person. She feigned an innocent appearance, but she wasn't really how she appeared. She also had a very bad temper, and she was very arrogant and willful. It would be so troublesome to have such a wife. Seeing that the lass had obediently closed her mouth, Zhu Junyang shifted his gaze to the basket on the ground and asked, "Why do you need so many flower petals? How many peaches will be ruined because of this? What do you know? These are all male flowers, which don't bear fruits. You just learned something, right? Quickly help me. Let's pick some more to make peach blossom cakes, peach blossom tea, and peach blossom wine." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhu Junyang's long limbs and felt that it must be very convenient to use them, so she used food as a bait to get him to help her. It seemed like Yu Xiaoxiao was the only one who dared to tell the cold-faced god of death, Royal Prince Yang, to work for her. Zhu Junyang glared at the little lass, and then he stretched out his hands, accepting his fate. Under Yu Xiaoxiao's guidance, he plucked the peach blossom on the branch. Xiaoxiao had found this peach tree by chance in the valley and transplanted it over last year. After being irrigated with mystic stone water every day, the flowers bloomed brilliantly this year. She wondered how the fruits would turn out. When Meixiang, Princess Consort Jing's maidservant, came over, she saw two figures, one blue and the other pink, standing side by side amongst the flying peach blossom petals. The figure in blue was tall and upright, while the figure in pink appeared petite and delicate. With her clear and lively voice, the petite figure pointed in varying locations as she ordered the tall, blue figure to pick the flower petals on the branches. The blue figure let her have her way and did as she ordered. Meixiang suddenly felt like she was watching a little pink fox ordering a lofty, loyal dog to work. No matter what request the little fox made, the loyal dog wouldn't get angry, and he also had to coax the cute little fox. Meixiang couldn't bear to ruin this harmonious moment, so she just stood there in silence. In the end, it was Yu Xiaoxiao who had turned around and saw her out of the corner of her eyes. She asked strangely, "Older sister Meixiang, when did you come? Did Princess Consort Jing need something?" With a bright smile on her face, Meixiang looked at her family's young royal prince and the young daughter of the Yu family and said, "Her Highness has already settled down on the mountain. She told this servant to ask if the royal prince will go back for lunch." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhu Junyang and figured that he intended to bum a meal at her house, so she quickly said, "Young royal prince, I'm letting you know beforehand that I didn't know you were coming over today, so I didn't prepare anything special. If you want to stay, you can only eat vegetable dishes for lunch." Zhu Junyang looked at her obliquely with his charming phoenix eyes. When he saw her dazed look, he was in a good mood and said, "How stingy. You're reluctant to even let this prince eat one meal at your house. When you ordered this prince to pick the peach blossom petals earlier, didn't you say that you're going to make peach blossom cakes and peach blossom wine for me to try?" Yu Xiaoxiao sighed and said, "It's not that I'm being stingy, but it's really, even a clever woman can't cook without rice. Making peach blossom tea and brewing peach blossom wine aren't things that can be done in a short period of time. If you really want to stay, I can make peach blossom cakes for you to eat. However, I know that you don't really like sweets. Peach blossom cakes have the effects of detoxification and beautifying. I'm afraid that your looks will be greatly enhanced after eating it. Can't you leave a way out for women?" Meixiang was terrified in her heart. She actually dared to joke about the royal prince's appearance. "Miss Yu, do you really think that you have 9 lives?" The young prince loathed others complimenting his looks. The son of the imperial tutor had privately said that Royal Prince Yang looked pretty. When her young master found out about this, he beat him up until his own mother couldn't recognize him. With Miss Yu's small body, she didn't know if she could even take the strength of her young master's pinky finger. What should she do? Should she go back and ask Her Highness for backup? In the midst of her hesitation and panic, she hadn't expected that her young master didn't react in his usual manner. Touching his own face, Zhu Junyang looked seriously at Yu Xiaoxiao and asked a question that made Meixiang's jaw drop. "Xiaoxiao, what do you think about this prince's looks? Be honest." Yu Xiaoxiao also carefully looked at the young royal prince's facial features in a serious manner. She solemnly nodded and said, "Gorgeous, enchanting, exceedingly beautiful, and unrivaled." If I have to sum up your appearance in one word, I would use the term, devilish. With every word Yu Xiaoxiao said, Zhu Junyang's face would darken even more. When he heard the word, devilish, the young royal prince's face was as dark as black ink. Before he got angry, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke up again, "You're the one who told me to say it, so why are you getting angry? Besides, all the words that I used are praising terms, which aren't derogatory at all. From the bottom of my heart, I feel that you, young royal prince, are very good looking and fit my beauty standard. I'm complimenting you as a very good looking man, yet you're still unhappy. Ah. So unreasonable." Zhu Junyang sighed heavily and asked, "Tell me the truth. Don't you think that I look too feminine and don't have any masculinity?" "Of course not. Young royal prince, with your handsome appearance and cool and indifferent aura, you have a natural imposing force. You're bursting with testosterone. How is it possible for you to lack manliness?" Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's series of flattering remarks, Zhu Junyang's face looked somewhat better. Mei Xiang was astonished in her heart. Miss Yu was glib-tongued, but her young master liked her acting like this. Had it been someone else, they would have already been smacked to death, right? "Come, let's go make peach blossom cakes. Older sister Mei Xiang, please take a seat in the front courtyard. When the peach blossom cakes are ready, you can take some back for Princess Consort Jing to have a taste. Peach blossoms can enhance one's beauty and nourish one's skin. It's the most suitable for women to eat." Mei Xiang was interested after hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's words, so she stayed back to help in the kitchen. Yu Xiaoxiao kept only the petals of the flowers, and soaked the petals in a light concentration of salt water for 10 minutes. She heard from Mei Xiang that Princess Consort Jing had high-quality West Lake lotus root starch, which was bestowed by the imperial palace, so she told her to go back and ask for some. Without a food processor, Yu Xiaoxiao could only take out the pestle used to grind herbs and ask Royal Prince Yang to help pound the petals into a paste state. Then she mixed it with sheep milk that had been boiled with almonds. After that, she poured it into an earthenware jar and mixed it with lotus root starch. She added powdered sugar, stirred well, and boiled it over a small fire until it turned into a thick substance. While it was being cooked, it needed to be continuously stirred in a quick motion until it turned thick and smooth. Afterwards, she poured the cooked mixture into a container to let it cool down and solidify. After solidification, she cut it into small cubes and put a few flower petals on top. It really enhanced one's appetite to see the creamy white peach blossom cakes decorated with pink peach blossom petals. After that, Yu Xiaoxiao made peach blossom soup, which was a dessert from the drama The Journey of Flower in her previous life. After cooking glutinous rice and sheep milk into gruel, she sprinkled some flower petals inside. Those who liked a sweet taste could add some white sugar. The two peach blossom desserts captured the hearts of all the women, and even Madame Lu couldn't help but eat a few more pieces. In the end, Zhu Junyang followed Mei Xiang back to the manor in the West Mountain. Mei Xiang brought back a box full of peach blossom cakes, which caused the maid servants beside the princess consort to exclaim, "Miss Yu's skills in making pastries are even better than the pastry chefs of Daoshang Village Pastry Shop 1 in the capital. People will drool just by looking at these peach blossom cakes." Princess Consort Jing, who was drinking the peach blossom soup and eating the soft and fragrant peach blossom cake, couldn't help but sigh, which lucky brat will end up marrying this last Xiaoxiao. Whoever marries her must have accumulated a great blessing from his previous life. Ah, humph, her, she's not good at any of the 3 morals and 4 virtues, so whoever marries her will surely be angered by that mouth of hers. It would be weird if she can get married. Zhu Junyang suddenly felt annoyed when he heard her words, and even the flavor of the peach blossom cake in his mouth changed. Thus, he coldly made a spiteful remark. Princess Consort Jing could feel the change in her son's mood. She looked around and came upon a realization within her heart. Her silly son liked that lass, but he hadn't realized it yet. This slow-witted kid, Princess Consort purposely argued with him. Why wouldn't Xiaoxiao be able to get married? It's already outdated to use the standard of 3 morals and 4 virtues to measure women. Isn't the emperor advocating for the equality of men and women? Xiaoxiao looks so pretty and delicate, and with her big eyes and fair skin, she definitely won't be too bad looking when she grows up. She paused for a moment, glanced at her youngest son, and then continued, the little girl has a kind and honest disposition. She's innocent and cute, and has a proper sense of propriety. Moreover, she has such superb cooking skills that even the Emperor Emeritus can't stop praising her. She's also good at doing business. She had opened braised food shops one after another, and there's also one in the capital. When coming back, I had wanted to buy 2 salted ducks to bring along on the trip, but I couldn't even get in line. If we prepare the ducks and all the other ingredients tomorrow, would Xiaoxiao be willing to make some salted ducks for us? Will she dare to not agree if this prince asked? Zhu Junyang replied with a snort. His mood was very complicated, but he also didn't know what he was troubled about. Princess consort Jing blinked her eyes, which were very similar to her son's, and went on. The lass is concerned about your identity, but you also shouldn't go too far. Don't always bully her with your power as the royal prince. Where were we again? Oh right, Xiaoxiao is not only good at cooking, but she's also good at tending flowers and plants. My precious flowers, which were about to die, had come back to life in her hands. They look even better than when I first bought them back. Oh, that's right, the lass also has medical skills. She had unexpectedly saved the Empress's precious baby and left a good impression on the Emperor and Empress. She had also nourished my health back to normal. In the past, I would feel dizzy after walking a couple steps. Now, I can even walk several kilometers on the mountain road without feeling breathless. Your Lord Father thought that it was the feng shui on the West Mountain that heals people. Princess consort Jing beamed with joy as she talked about her increasingly stronger and healthier body. Her husband said that, when he had breaks, he would take her to go sightseeing and spend some alone time together as a married couple. Also, Princess consort Jing was becoming more and more enthusiastic as she spoke. However, she was interrupted by her youngest son. Lady Mother, you Xiaoxiao wouldn't be a long-lost child of you and Lord Father, right? You're working so hard to praise that you're giving off the feeling of old Wang selling melons, praising his own products. Zhu Junyang felt even more irritated in his heart. He also felt puzzled. I have already passed the age of fighting for favor, so why do I feel displeased when Lady Mother is praising that lass so much? Princess consort glared fiercely at her youngest son. If Xiaoxiao was really my child, then you, this brat, will be single forever. He's seriously a stinky rock who doesn't know anything about romance. You still don't understand. Then I'll hit you with something powerful. I also want to have such a considerate and talented daughter. It's a pity that the lass had already been adopted by Fang Zizhen and his wife. I heard that Lady Fang is planning on bringing the lass to the capital in 2 years. She wants to keep the lass by her side and help her find a good husband. Xiaoxiao is such a clever and cute girl, and she's also very skilled. There must be a lot of humble and talented gentlemen who will discover her beauty. It might be a fierce competition. Would the general estate's threshold be stomped flat by all those people? The lass is only 11 or 12 years old, yet Lady Fang is already making arrangements for her. Isn't it a little too early? Besides, what good match can a little farmer girl, like her, find in the capital? Zhu Junyang felt a flickering flame within his heart, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Feeling increasingly irritated, he had the urge to throw things and beat someone up. Princess consort Jing smiled and said, she's the general's goddaughter, and also has some face in front of the Emperor and Empress. The Emperor Emeritus also speaks highly of her. With the most important people in the palace backing her, do you really think she can't find a good husband? Last year, when she cured the young imperial prince's illness, there were already people asking me about her. Who's that sicko? Xiaoxiao was only around the age of 10 last year. She's still a child. Is that guy a pedophile? Zhu Junyang nearly smacked the table and jumped up. His eyes were spewing with anger, as if he wanted to go harshly beat up that disgusting guy. Princess consort Jing glared at him and said, what are you saying? It was the senior grand secretary's daughter-in-law who asked about Xiaoxiao. She has a younger son who's around the same age as Xiaoxiao. At a young age, he has already shown his talent in the Imperial Academy. In the future, he may be able to join the Grand Secretariat like his grandfather. Zhu Junyang seldom interacted with the other noble young masters in the capital. With his brows creased together, He thought for a long time before he vaguely remembered the appearance of the outstanding grandson of the senior grand secretary. He looked so weak that he could barely withstand a gust of wind, and he was also as pale as a ghost. With a dull temperament, he appeared like an old scholar. With Xiao Xiao's eccentric personality, she would definitely suffocate to death if she had to be with him. Lady Mother, Xiao Xiao is still so young, so you mustn't rashly promise to help them. It's impossible to judge people by their appearance. Since you like Xiao Xiao so much, if she isn't happy in the future, you will definitely regret it. It's fine to wait a few more years. Zhu Junyang strongly opposed his mother trying to be a matchmaker for Xiao Xiao. She's not that young anymore. After the age of 10, young girls mature quickly and look different each year. She will unknowingly grow into a beautiful young maiden. I think that the senior grand secretary's younger grandson is very good. He's warm and friendly, and he doesn't have that high and mighty sense of superiority. He's a rarely found good match for young girls. How is he a good match? I can push that weakling down with merely one finger, and he can be easily blown away by slightly stronger wind. Xiao Xiao is frequently stirring up trouble, so she should find someone who is strong and skilled in martial arts. That way, there will be someone following behind and helping her take care of all the troubles. Zhu Junyang interrupted his lady mother's words, and his eyebrows were creased so tightly that it could kill a fly. Princess consort Jing secretly laughed in her heart, but pretended to agree as she nodded and said, "You're right. What kind of man is he, if he can't protect his woman?" Before Zhu Junyang could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, "I have a person in mind. Yanger, what do you think about the youngest son of the Nine Gates infantry commander? He's about 4 to 5 years older than Xiao Xiao. He's tall and handsome, and even the Emperor Emeritus praised him for being highly skilled in martial arts. I heard that the kid is planning to participate and win first place in next year's Imperial military examination. He's just a loser under my hands. If he wants to be next year's martial arts champion, he will first need to ask if I am willing to let him." Zhu Junyang pondered if he should sign up for next year's military examination and take that fellow down a peg or two. This prince hadn't been in the capital in recent years, and now just any random cat or dog was trying to lord over others. Did they forget how this prince had beaten them until they cried for their parents? What's more, I heard that when the son of the Nine Gates infantry commander was 15, he had taken in several bed servants. He also has a concubine. That girl Xiao Xiao is like an innocent little rabbit. If she married into such a family, won't she be torn apart by those tigers and wolves? To sum it up in one sentence, I don't agree. Zhu Junyang didn't want to continue listening to his mother talking about how good all those noble young masters in the capital were. He stood up and warned her sternly, "Anyway, Lady Mother, don't join in and cause trouble. If someone asks you to be a matchmaker, just pretend to be ill and ignore them. That way, we can prevent that lass from living unhappily, and thus resent you in the future." After he said that, he quickly left without waiting for Princess Consort Jing's reply. Zhu Junyang, who had arrived at his own courtyard, tortured the imperial bodyguards around him for the entire afternoon in the martial arts field. He drilled those guys until they cried for their parents, but it still didn't clear up his gloomy mood. He thought of the bright and lovely young girl under the beautiful peach blossom tree. Her smile was even brighter than the sunshine, and her voice was even clearer than the mountain spring. How could he allow her beauty to be tainted by those vulgar men? If she got married, then she wouldn't be allowed to casually meet non-related men. When he was swallowed by his dark inner demons, there would no longer be a holy golden light to lead him out of the boundless darkness. When he got shackled down by the grim coldness, there wouldn't be a smile that was as warm as the sun to warm up the deepest part of his heart. He didn't know if at that time, like in his dreams, he would degenerate into a killing machine. A ruthless demon. Zhu Junyang shivered in the warm spring sun at noon. He hastily left the manor and unwittingly walked to the black brick, tiled roof residence at the foot of the mountain. "Your Highness, the royal prince only ate half a bowl of peach blossom soup for lunch. When Meixiang and Lanxiang brought the lunch over, they only saw the young prince's back view and were confused about where he was going. Don't worry about him, he won't starve." Princess Consort Jing was in a good mood and thus had a good appetite. After she ate a few pieces of peach blossom cakes, she also ate quite a lot for lunch. Unknowingly, Zhu Junyang had stepped into the Yu family's east courtyard again. Yu Xiaoxiao's family was getting ready to eat lunch, so when they saw Royal Prince Yang coming in, they all stood up. With a smile, Yu Hai rubbed his hands and asked, "Royal Prince Yang, have you eaten lunch yet? If you don't mind, would you like to eat with us?" Zhu Junyang glanced at the table and saw that the dishes on it weren't the vegetable dishes like Yu Xiaoxiao had said. Steamed eggs and clams, fried yellow croaker, grilled salmon, these were all dishes that he hadn't tried before. Zhu Junyang, who was originally in a bad mood, flared up in anger again. "Yu Xiaoxiao, do you really dislike me this much? Do you hold contempt for this prince?" Zhu Junyang's tone was filled with a sense of danger. Yu Xiaoxiao, whose name was suddenly called, almost choked on a fishbone. She coughed hard twice and swallowed the fish meat in her mouth. Then she quickly went to put out the fire. "What do you mean, young royal prince? Uncle Xuanju brought the yellow croaker and salmon over after you left. As you know, if sea fish is left out for a long time, it won't be fresh anymore. So, don't make excuses, speak. Are you annoyed at this prince? You don't want to let me stay to eat." Zhu Junyang was acting somewhat unreasonable for no reason at all, like a sulky child. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped her family members, who wanted to come help. She said with a smile, "Your Highness, you have misunderstood. With your noble status, you have traveled far and wide and possess exceptional knowledge. So, what delicacies haven't you tried before? Your willingness to eat at our house is an acknowledgement of my cooking skills. We feel deeply honored, so why would we push away such a great honor? You're quite lucky. You came over as soon as I succeeded in making the charcoal grilled salmon with herbs. If this prince didn't come today, doesn't that mean that I wouldn't be able to eat this new dish?" Zhu Junyang continued to find fault for no reason. Looking at Xiaoxiao's beautiful smiling face, a gloomy feeling hit his heart at the thought of how her beauty would be presented to some unknown person in the future. Yu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes with a look of disbelief. "I was just planning on preparing a feast to welcome the royal prince tomorrow. This dish was prepared for tomorrow. Since you're here today, that's even better. Why don't you see if it suits your taste?" After over 2 years of interaction, Yu Xiaoxiao had already gotten a good grasp of this cold-faced royal prince's temper and knew how to get rid of his anger by joking with him. But it didn't seem to be working today. "Stop acting in such a frivolous manner. How can you be a girl like this? With you acting like this, it would be a wonder if you can get married." Upon hearing Zhu Junyang's vicious remark, Madame Lu, as her mother, immediately pulled a long face. Yu Hai, who was a fool for his daughter, also glared at Royal Prince Yang with a displeased expression. Had it not been for his identity, they would have stepped forward and ripped into him already. "That's even better. I can stay with my parents and be filial to them right by their sides. That way, I don't have to be overly cautious and restrained at someone else's house. There's also fighting with my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and other women. I'm tired just by thinking about it." Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had a nonchalant expression. Madame Lu could no longer be concerned about Royal Prince Yang standing on the side, and chided, "What are you saying? How can a girl not get married? If you continue to speak nonsense, I'm going to hit you." Madame Lu's threat didn't have any effect on Xiaoxiao because she knew that her mother wouldn't be willing to harm her at all. Since she transmigrated to this small fishing village, the most gratifying thing for her was that she had parents who loved her so much and allowed her to make trouble, and siblings who had a harmonious relationship and helped each other. Hearing Xiaoxiao's words, the anger in Zhu Junyang's heart suddenly dispersed like a deflated balloon. He said without thinking, "Don't worry. If you can't get married, then this prince will kindly take you." Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiao had a horrified expression on her face when she heard this, like she had just seen a ghost. She hastily replied, "Royal Prince, please don't. I'm very grateful, but can you use your kindness on others? This lowly commoner acts in a boorish manner and looks ugly. I don't want to tarnish your saintly image of being graceful and handsome, wise and skilled in martial arts, and unattainable. It's okay, this prince doesn't mind." Zhu Junyang was in a bright mood and felt that it was an excellent idea to take her into his household. This lass was still too young, but it didn't matter because he had the patience to wait for her to grow up. "I'm the one who minds. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that royal Prince Yang was being serious, so she spoke without thinking, which caused the Yu Hai couple and old Yu's hearts to tremble in fright. If she offended this great Lord Royal Prince Yang, the entire Yu family wouldn't be able to take the responsibility. With his eyebrows raised, Zhu Junyang stared at her seriously with his phoenix eyes and asked, "Do you think that this prince isn't good enough for you? I was personally bestowed the title of royal prince by the emperor of the great Ming dynasty, and I was also granted the authority to govern a piece of land. If you consent, you will be the mistress of the entire Tanggu area. You can open a shop anywhere you want and buy land wherever you want. Even if you don't want to do anything, this prince will be able to support you. Although I'm 6 to 7 years older than you, people often say that older men know how to pamper women more. Moreover, this prince looks pretty decent, so you won't lose face when going out with me. So in what way are you unsatisfied with me?" Xiaoxiao felt another headache coming when she saw him promote himself in such a serious manner. "My lord, you are absolutely perfect. I am the one who isn't good enough for you. This prince has already said that I don't mind." At the beginning, when Zhu Junyang blurted out this idea, he was being slightly impulsive. However, after carefully thinking about it, it wasn't a bad idea to keep the only source of light in his life by his side. In this way, he had resolved all the troubles that he had earlier at the mountain manor. Yu Xiaoxiao had the urge to bite someone. Seeing the stunned expression on the faces of her family members, she knew that she couldn't count on them. She thought about it, and then seriously said, "Young royal prince, you should also know how much my parents value me. They won't agree to let me be someone's concubine. You won't use your authority to force me to be your concubine, right? Who said I'll take you in as a concubine?" Zhu Junyang looked at her contemptuously. If this tactless girl got married into a disordered household, she would be tortured to death in a few days. Fortunately, the inner court of the Prince Jing's household had always been rather peaceful. His lord father had acted in an absurd manner when he was young, but, at present, his mother was his father's only woman. After his eldest brother married his eldest sister-in-law, he had sent away all his former bed servants. As for himself, he didn't even have a single bed servant. He was still a virgin at the age of 18 or 19. If those profligate sons of wealthy families in the capital found out about this, they would definitely laugh at him. What exactly was this stinky girl unsatisfied with? With a foul expression, Yu Xiaoxiao said, "To me, the position of ranked concubine and equal wife is the same as a concubine. I have a slightly domineering temper and I like to guard things that belong to me, so I won't permit anyone to share my man." The Yu family members all covered their faces. This shameless girl. How old is she that she's already casually talking about men? This won't do. When the royal prince, who is suddenly acting crazy, leaves, we must properly discipline her to let her know what can be said and what can't be said. That's great. This prince hates those pretentious and ill-intentioned women. It's enough to have only one woman in the inner court. If there are more, it would be a disaster to the family. Zhu Junyang still remembered the source of his great change in temperament, that B***TCH who wanted to harm his lady mother. She normally pretended to be a pure white lotus flower, but she was actually a black-hearted snake. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know if he was really being serious. Why was he playing with her, a little peasant girl, for no reason? She wrinkled her face and tried to reject him. "Young royal prince, since ancient times, one's marriage is decided by the orders of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. Your marriage needs to be decided by Imperial Prince Jing and Princess Consort Jing. Aren't you being too disrespectful of our family by making such a rash proposal?" Yu Ha finally had a chance to interject. "Kaur is right. Had it not been for your status as a royal prince, we would have already kicked you out with a beating for your absurd behavior. Although we're just commoners, Kaur is also a pearl in our eyes, our beloved daughter. How can we just let you take her with merely a few words?" Zhu Junyang looked at his future father-in-law with a serious expression and nodded. "Uncle Yu is right. This fellow is being rash. Rest assured, I will make my own decisions regarding my own marriage. I'll immediately go write a letter to ask my lord father to come to the mountain manor. On a later day, I'll come with my parents to discuss the matter between the two families." Wait a moment. If Yu Xiaoxiao continued to remain silent, then her marriage was about to be settled. She shrieked and interrupted her father and the young prince. Young royal prince, please carefully reconsider and don't act on impulse. How can two people without feelings stay together for a long time? Xiaoxiao, do you dislike me? Zhu Junyang felt uncertain in his heart. Many of the noble young ladies in the capital, who had heard of his reputation, would always have the complex emotions of fear, panic, and adoration when they met him. He was afraid that Xiaoxiao would dislike him after hearing about his past. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, and Zhu Junyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Xiaoxiao's head slightly ached as she looked up at the royal prince, who was suddenly in a good mood. She helplessly said, not disliking you doesn't mean that I like you all. I want to be a couple who loves each other, and not a couple who always acts courteous to each other. As long as you don't dislike me, then it's not a big problem. Isn't there something called, familiarity breeds fondness? My lady mother had also only seen my lord father several times before they got married. Aren't they happily married now? At present, which noble madam in the capital doesn't envy my lady mother for having the sole love of her husband? What Zhu Junyang didn't say was that his lord father had seen his lady mother by chance and fallen in love with her at first sight. This marriage was requested by his lord father himself. Not all men are as devoted as Imperial Prince Jing. Yu Xiaoxiao felt very helpless. Could someone come save her? Could someone please take away this royal prince who had suddenly gone crazy? Like father, like son. I'm my lord father's son, so if my father can do it, then so can I. Zhu Junyang exclaimed with determination. Although he still wasn't completely clear about his feelings toward this lass, he had finally met a girl who he didn't hate and wasn't annoyed by. She was a little too young, but he didn't want to let her go. Was that a confession? It couldn't be, right? Although Yu Xiaoxiao had lived 2 lifetimes, she had never been pursued by anyone before, not to mention being forced into marriage, definitely a first. But are you sure that you're really serious about marrying me, and it's not just an impulsive decision, young royal prince? Young royal prince, I think we should give each other time to think this through. Besides, I'm only 12, which is still very young. I'm still several years away from marriageable age. We should slowly discuss this matter with both of our families, don't you think? Yu Xiaoxiao decided to delay the matter. Maybe the young prince would forget all about this when he went back, and the matter would be resolved by itself. Zhu Junyang's captivating eyes stared at her for a long time. She was about to crumble under his stare when he nodded. Although being rejected by you will hurt my pride, it won't discourage me from my desire to marry you. Since you say that you need time to think, I'll give you enough time. Does tomorrow sound good? Before Yu Xiaoxiao burst in anger, Zhu Junyang hurriedly continued, I'm kidding. I'm just trying to lighten up the mood since you and your family might be overly nervous. Don't worry, my intentions will never change. I'll wait for your reply, so don't let me down. Got it? It wasn't funny at all, okay. Whoever could laugh when they're facing a royal prince who proposes marriage without any warning? After all that, Zhu Junyang was also embarrassed to stick around and dine with the Yu family. But, before he exited the residence, he turned around to take another look at the figure standing gracefully like an orchid. Then, he left with an uncertain heart. Once Royal Prince Yang's figure disappeared from their sights, the entire Yu household exploded. Old Yu rubbed his chest in an effort to calm himself down, then hesitantly asked his son, just now, the royal prince proposed marriage. I'm not dreaming, am I? Such a noble person has his sights set on a daughter of our family. Yu Hai unhappily rebuked, how is my daughter not suitable for him? The royal prince wouldn't be able to compare to Kaur if he didn't have his title. Madame Lu held her youngest daughter's hand and worriedly asked, what do you think, Kaur? This match isn't well suited, since our family's status differs too much from that of the Prince Jing's household. If the royal prince bullies you in the future, we won't be able to back you up. Yu Heng, on the other hand, made a comment that pleased Xiaoxiao, youngest sister, no one can force you if you aren't willing. If the royal prince uses his standing to pressure you, even if I will risk my life, your brother, I will go to the capital to file an imperial complaint and make sure that the emperor does you justice. Yu Xiaoxiao grumbled in her heart, eldest brother, you're so naive. The emperor, that's his older cousin. You'd expect him to help us rather than his own family. And besides, How easy do you think filing an imperial complaint would be, even more so when you're complaining about a royalty? Just the mere punishment of rolling on top of a bed full of nails will cost you half of your life. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed deeply, and the Yu household immediately shut up to watch her. Let's eat. The dishes are already cold. Yu Xiaoxiao weakly fell into her seat by the dining table and tastelessly stuffed a piece of fish meat into her mouth. Madame Lu patted her lightly. You still have a mind for food. How will we handle this matter? Why don't you give us some ideas? Her daughter's ideas had led them through the past 2 years, so the household had eventually made a habit out of asking her for her opinions every time they encountered a problem. Everyone had already forgotten that ultimately, she was only a 12-year-old girl. What else can we do? We can only pray that it was an act of impulse by the young prince. Maybe he'd have regretted this decision by the time he reached his residence. That's enough. All of you shouldn't worry yourselves over it. Even if the sky falls down, tall people will hold it up for us. Although Yu Xiaoxiao said this, she still could not swallow her food. It was tasteless. God, who could tell her what kind of insanity royal Prince Yong was on about? Proposing marriage without any warning, had he been possessed by something dirty? But, what if he's serious? Madame Lu was still worried. She did not think that her daughter catching the eye of the royal prince was good at all. Seeing that everyone seemed to disapprove of this marriage, old Yu hesitated to talk. He secretly wondered why his son and daughter-in-law were dissatisfied with the royal prince. Besides, did it matter whether you were satisfied or not? Would the royal prince allow room for rejection, considering his standing? Yu Xiaoxiao also had no confidence in the matter, so she said after a moment of thought, when he comes, you all can tell him you want to keep me until I'm 18 years old because you can't bear for me to leave so young. If he can't wait, then he can find another. I'm still young anyway, and there's 6 years until I'm 18 years old. Perhaps he'll meet his true soulmate one of those days. Yu Heng quickly responded, what if he's still determined to marry you when you're 18? Then I'll marry him. It should be true love if he's waited for me for so many years, right? Shouldn't it be worth entrusting the rest of my life? Yu Xiaoxiao opened her mind to the idea. The young prince was quite good-looking and was not hard to get along with. Besides, there was really nothing bad she could say about him. If she kept him at home, he would still make a good eye candy. That's right, was there any option aside from marrying him? Yu Hai and Madame Lu shared worried glances with each other. On the other side, Zhu Junyang's steps became light and quick once he left the Yu residence. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his decision was right. His cousin, the emperor, had once said, there is an invisible pair of wings behind everyone's back. Only when you've found your other half, will you be able to fly freely. There were so many people in this world, and yet it was only her intentions that he could never tell. She was the only one whom he had the desire to get close to. Was she not the other half that the gods had prepared specifically for him? Lady Mother, I want to marry Yu Xiaoxiao. Zhu Junyang rushed back to his mountain villa. He did not feel hungry, seemingly even forgetting that he had not even had lunch as his heart had never felt so fulfilled. Princess Consort Jing, who had eaten her fill and was strolling in the gardens, raised her brow at his declaration. Oh. He finally understood his feelings after going out for such a short while. Could it be, this fellow was triggered by me and ran off to confess his feelings? He didn't get chased out by them. How did Xiaoxiao react? Was she elated, perturbed, scared, or? Princess Consort thought heartlessly. Lady Mother, I've thought it through. All the noble young misses in the capital only make me annoyed. If they're not aloof and boring, then they're deceitful. Otherwise, they're stupid like pigs. You're right, I'm already of age and should consider marriage. If I really have to find someone to stay by my side, Yu Xiaoxiao isn't so bad. Zhu Junyang did not seem to have grasped the true meaning of liking someone, but rather only had a muddled understanding of it. Princess Consort Jing did not continue the topic, keeping silent. When she felt her son slowly losing his composure, she spoke, and you visited the Yu family just now. Yes. Suddenly, Zhu Junyang did not feel so sure of himself anymore, for fear that his lady mother might oppose his decision to be with Yu Xiaoxiao. Hadn't you listed many of Xiaoxiao's good traits? I've thought about it. Rather than letting her be taken by others, why not strike first and tie her down? How did the Yu family react? That little lass Xiaoxiao was a good child. Although Princess Consort Jing had not had much opportunity to interact with her parents, she heard that they were honest folk. She just did not know if they had any worrying relatives, but with the Prince Jing household's reputation, even difficult relatives should know to back down, right? Yu Xiaoxiao's parents didn't say anything. Author's note. That's because you hadn't given them a chance to. Yu Xiaoxiao made a few requests, but I think they're really nothing. In Zhu Junyang's point of view, Xiaoxiao's biggest worry was the difference between their status and his parents' opposition, but his lady mother was not like the common folk who only looked at a person's birth, right? Princess Consort Jing's brow rose even higher. Yu Xiaoxiao dared to personally make demands with Yanger. What kind of reaction is this? As a girl, shouldn't she be shy and hide away from discussions about her marriage? Lady Mother, you disapprove. Zhu Junyang had misunderstood his mother's silence. Princess Consort Jing smiled and asked, "Tell me, what requests did that girl make?" "It's actually nothing. Her biggest worry is that her standing isn't high enough, so she's afraid that I'll have a bunch of bed servants and concubines and they'll fight with her for my favor, but she's overthinking it. With my condition, if I'd never met her, I'd probably never marry in this lifetime." Suddenly, Zhu Junyang recalled that dream he had not so long ago. He turned into a murderer so uncontrollable he died in a storm of arrows surrounded by the Imperial Guards and Jinwu Guards. He still remembered the dream with clarity even though a few months had passed. He seldom lost control for the past 2 years. In those few times when he was about to lose control of himself, he was prevented from it by Yu Xiaoxiao, either wittingly or not. Head steward Lu had also hinted to him about his tendency to become warmer when he was around Yu Xiaoxiao, or rather, Yu Xiaoxiao was the sun in his heart, warming the cold and dark devil within him. Are you sure that Yu Xiaoxiao isn't eyeing your status and title? Would she have ulterior motives like those young misses from the prestigious families in the capital? The more Princess Consort Jing said, the more upset she felt. Her poor Yanger, she's not, Zhu Junyang confidently said. Even though he could not perceive any of her emotions, he was sure in his heart that Yu Xiaoxiao was not a conniving person. Not only did she not approach him because of his identity, she also showed signs of withdrawing from him. However, he would never let her have the opportunity to push him away. His older cousin, the Emperor, had said, one must fight for their own chances and hold them tight. Let me think about it. Princess Consort Jing was extremely careful and considerate of the marriage of her poor youngest son. Every mother hoped that their children could find the perfect match for themselves, and she was the same. Zhu Junyang misunderstood his mother's meaning. Furrowing his brows, he thought, didn't Lady Mother quite like Xiaoxiao? It seems like he was too confident in this matter. It couldn't be that Lady Mother also minded her family background. Lady Mother, what more do you have to think about? You couldn't possibly want me to live alone for the rest of my life, right? Zhu Junyang's lips thinned into a line and his expression turned into a sort of stubborn childishness. Princess Consort Jing was angry and amused at the same time. He had not even married this wife and she, as his mother, was already being put to the side. She pretended to be angry and huffed, "You've really grown up, Yanger. You're even threatening your own mother now. Those peasant women were right when they said, when the little magpie grows up and gets a wife, he forgets his mother. I didn't mean it that way. I just have a feeling that I'll really be forever alone if I let Yu Xiaoxiao slip away." Zhu Junyang was a little anxious, but he could not let his lady mother have a grudge against Xiaoxiao. Women are so troublesome and so hard to deal with. Princess Consort Jing amusedly watched her youngest son's anxious expression, feeling relieved. He had been displaying more and more emotions for the past 2 years and seemed more like a living person now. She could still remember being constantly on guard against that small, listless figure that could and would hurt someone at any moment. The entire family was very concerned for him, but it seemed like he started taking a turn for the better after he met that girl from Yu family. Could it be that Yu Xiaoxiao was Zhu Junyang's soulmate as mentioned before by the chief abbot of Shangguo Temple? Only when Zhu Junyang's destined benefactor is born will he be redeemed. The chief abbot of Shangguo Temple rarely read a person's fortune. He only gave this small advice that year because he was touched by Princess Consort Jing's love for her child. For the past decade, the Imperial Prince Jing's estate had sent out many of their guards to search for Zhu Junyang's supposed soulmate, but they had never found her. It seemed that they had misunderstood the chief abbot. The birth he had mentioned probably did not mean newly born infants. But Zhu Junyang was 7 years old that year. She dragged her sick body and kowtowed every step she made to the Shangguo temple and begged the chief abbot to help her find a way around his fate. Coincidentally, the Yu family's little miss was born that year. Was there a connection? The more Princess Consort Jing thought into it, the more she felt her guess was logical. She flipped and turned the entire night but did not sleep much. On the morning of the second day, she let Meixiang go down the mountain to summon Yu Xiaosao. This morning, Yu Xiaosao had brewed a cup of fragrant peach blossom tea and baked a few types of sheep's milk biscuits. She was about to dig in when Meixiang knocked on the door and entered the courtyard. The Yu residence was busiest in the morning, filled with the fellow villagers that they employed, who conversed with each other while they skillfully and carefully harvested the vegetables. 2 horse carts were parked outside the residence. The insignia on the carts showed that they were Junsho restaurants purchasing carts, and one of them was headed for the prefectural city. The horse cart would have to travel for about a day before it could reach the prefectural city, but the freshness of Yu family's vegetables could be preserved for a longer time. Even if it were a few days after harvesting, they would still taste as fresh as when they were reaped. When Meixiang arrived at the Yu residence, she saw the women load vegetables onto the cart and smiled at Yu Xiaosao as she quipped, "Miss Yu, since your vegetables are so high in demand, you should consider planting more. Otherwise, those people in town will fight with each other just for the right to buy from you." Yu Xiaosao nodded, solemnly replying, we are planning to do that. We'll plant 50 mu of early ripening vegetables in our farmstead at the outskirts of Tanggu town at the beginning of spring next year. If they can sell, we'll continue to increase the production volume in the following years. Watching the young girl who was sitting in a rocking chair leisurely sip her flower tea, Meixiang smiled as she watched the young girl who was sitting in a rocking chair leisurely sip her flower tea. "Miss Yu is indeed skilled in business, you're capable and you have the courage. The Yu family will never have to worry about not making a fortune." Yu Xiaosao smiled in response, inviting Meixiang to sit while she poured a cup of peach blossom tea for her. "Older sister Meixiang has overpraised me. There's still my father. How can I be given credit for such a thing?" Meixiang politely declined her invitation and grinned, "Miss Yu, spare me these courtesies. Frankly speaking, even if others weren't aware, wouldn't this servant know? It's you, Miss Yu, who makes the decisions in Yu family." Yu Xiaosao immediately denied her statement. She was guessing that Meixiang's visit today might be because Princess Consort Jing thought she was seducing her son as Royal Prince Yang had gone crazy yesterday and proposed marriage. Yu Xiaosao touched her face. Could it be that she also had the talent of a wily fox spirit? But currently, she was at most a little fox cub. How could she possibly know the ways of seduction? "Older sister Meixiang, was it the Princess Consort who told you to come here?" Yu Xiaosao decided that since the result would be the same no matter what she did, she might as well face it head on. She had a clear conscience, so what should she be afraid of? Meixiang secretly glanced at Yu Xiaosao, who seemed to have become prettier in a pure way, and smiled. "Miss Yu is indeed clever. The Princess Consort has not seen you for a long while, so she sent me to invite you up to the villa for a chat." Yu Xiaosao nodded slightly and asked for her to wait for a while. She kept the peach blossom tea that she had scented yesterday night, packed the biscuits she made that morning into a container and followed behind Meixiang up the carved stone steps to Prince Jing's luxurious yet low-profile villa. Yu Xiaosao did not exactly feel nervous, since she still had the mood to observe and guess Meixiang's true identity. Meixiang's steps were still light and she showed no signs of fatigue even after traversing a length of mountain road. Did this mean that she was not simply an ordinary girl, but rather one that was exceedingly skilled in martial arts? At the villa's main compound, Princess Consort Jing was having breakfast with her son. When she saw Yu Xiaosao arrive with a packed box of food, she smiled and asked, "Xiaosao, have you had breakfast? If you haven't, let's eat together." Yu Xiaosao did not refuse the offer. Except for a cup of flower tea, she had not even had the chance to eat the sheep's milk biscuits that she had baked earlier for breakfast. Moreover, she had traveled about a little over a kilometer to come to their villa. She was ravenous. "Many thanks, Your Highness. I won't be courteous, then." Once she thanked Princess Consort Jing, she took a seat on her right and opened her container. Taking out the delectable biscuits, she calmly said, "Princess Consort, I baked these sheep's milk biscuits this morning. They're very nutritious and suitable for people with weak digestion." Although Princess Consort Jing's body had almost fully recovered, her stomach would still feel uncomfortable occasionally, so sheep's milk biscuits were just right for her. Princess Consort Jing picked up a flower-shaped biscuit and took a small bite into it, carefully tasting it. Then, she nodded, "You have quite a skilled pair of hands. Not only are these biscuits delicious, their shapes are also very exquisite, making them look extremely appetizing. If Your Highness likes them, I will definitely send a portion of the new pastries to you to try when I make them in the future." Yu Xiaoxiao stuffed a shrimp crystal dumpling into her mouth and savored its taste. The cooks employed by Prince Jing were really skilled and made many exquisitely delicious foods. Since Yu Xiaoxiao entered the compound, Zhu Junyang's captivating eyes had never left her figure. Yu Xiaoxiao was either mentally tough or resilient in her heart to be able to calmly savor the meal under his gaze. "Xiaoxiao, have you decided on the matter I've mentioned yesterday? Let's choose a date and get engaged. If you think yesterday's proposal wasn't proper enough, I can invite the prefectural magistrate to be our matchmaker. I'll make sure you receive all the engagement gifts that are due." Zhu Junyang panicked when he saw that Yu Xiaoxiao was completely unaffected by yesterday's episode, as though she had forgotten all about it. Yu Xiaoxiao paused in her chewing and sent a pleading look at Princess Consort Jing. "As his mother, shouldn't you control your son when he loses his mind?" Princess Consort Jing glared at her son. She had only just found out that her youngest son was actually an impatient person. Even if he wanted to bring this up, the least he should do was wait until she finished her breakfast. It was no wonder the girl rolled her eyes at him when he so hastily proposed marriage directly to her. Yanger could not possibly have hot-headedly gone to them like this yesterday, could he? If she was Xiaoxiao's family members, she would have definitely chased this dull lecher out with a bat. It was another matter altogether whether she was actually able to do so. "Don't bother with him, Xiaoxiao. Eat first." Eating triumphed over all. You needed to wait until after the little girl finishes her meal before you could begin the slaughter, all right. Yu Xiaoxiao misunderstood Princess Consort Jing's meaning and thought that she actually disagreed with her son's behavior, so she sent a provocative look at Zhu Junyang. Zhu Junyang was about to say something, but Princess Consort Jing's gaze told him to be calm. Zhu Junyang suppressed the restlessness in his heart and, like a cow chewing on a peony, he carelessly ate a few mouthfuls without savoring the taste. The three of them finished breakfast in silence, gargled with the gargling water that the servants presented them with, and scrupulously washed their hands at the end. With a gesture from Princess Consort Jing, all the other servants except Meixiang retreated. "Xiaoxiao, Yanger was too presumptuous yesterday and said some inappropriate things at your home. I hope you and your parents won't take this to heart." Princess Consort Jing first apologized for her son's rash behavior yesterday. She could not have the future in-laws think that they were disrespectful because they were of higher status. Yu Xiaoxiao had an expression on her face that said, "I thought so," as she replied with a faint smile on her lips, "Rest assured, Your Highness, we'll act as if nothing had ever happened." Princess Consort Jing knew that Yu Xiaoxiao had misunderstood her, but she continued to smile. "Yesterday, when Yanger came back from your house, he told me of his true feelings. He said that among all the girls he's met before, you're the only one that he doesn't detest. It's this commoner girl's honor." Yu Xiaoxiao's expression was filled with humility. In her heart, her certainty of Princess Consort Jing's true intention was wavering. "I won't say more of those courtesies. My youngest son has a bad temper and is quite dull. He also doesn't know how to please girls and always displays an icy expression to keep others away from him. But as a mother, who wouldn't want their children to find their perfect match? Don't you think so too?" Princess Consort Jing smiled amiably, but did not leave Yu Xiaoxiao any space to shrink back or evade the question. At the side, Zhu Junyang could not help feeling anxious. What was his lady mother's intention, to speak of so many of his shortcomings to Xiaoxiao? Was she lying when she said she did not object this? Yu Xiaoxiao discreetly licked her dry lips. Should she agree with Princess Consort Jing, or should she courteously comfort her that Zhu Junyang was not as bad as she claimed? Royal Prince Yang was dull. He kept people at arm's length. Was the royal prince that she was familiar with fake? That thick-skinned glutton, that sarcastic youngster that loved to insult people with his poisonous wit, that royal prince who would act haughty at any moment. These depictions seemed like a wrong match for the person Princess Consort Jing was describing. Princess Consort, are you sure you know your youngest son? Or, did Royal Prince Yang have a twin with the exact same face but a totally different bearing? As she did not respond, Princess Consort Jing could only continue. Sigh, many of the wealthy sons in the capital are already fathers even though they're younger than Yanger. As his mother, I'm more anxious than anyone else, but Yanger is stubborn. If he doesn't like the girl, then no one can force him to marry her. There are so many ladies in the capital of various appearances and attitudes but none have caught his eye. I also couldn't help but speculate if he has some kind of indescribable disease, or, if he doesn't like women. Lady Mother, what are you talking about? Zhu Junyang could no longer stay silent at this point. He was about to become a homosexual if his mother continued to speak. Was this his biological mother? Working against him must be her profession. Maybe I should do the talking. Zhu Junyang recalled that his cousin, the emperor, had once said that if one wanted to win a lady's affections, the best one could do was to be sincere and honest with the other person and never hide anything from them, because women were very petty and they would remember it for the rest of their lives. Although his condition seemed to have taken a turn for the better now, he was still unsure of how his illness would progress in the future. With Yu Xiaoxiao's cleverness, she would sooner or later catch a hint about his condition after a period of interaction. Since he had already decided to marry her, he might as well make everything clear from the beginning. It would definitely be best if she could accept him, but if she really could not, then they would maintain as they currently were. At most, he would stay single for his entire life. Princess Consort Jing could tell that he seemed to have made some sort of decision, and that surprised her. Her son had finally found a girl that he was willing to get close to, even if she was currently still young, but all they needed to do was wait for her to grow up. It might be several years, but they could afford the wait. But it seemed that her son was about to tell Xiaoxiao the secret he had kept for nearly 2 decades. Who would be willing to spend the rest of their lives with a large firecracker that could explode at any moment? If, at any day, he went out of control, she could be risking her own life. Her son was too impulsive. This act was equivalent to pushing her away. Yanger, are you sure? Princess Consort Jing sounded slightly anxious, and her voice tinged with hesitation. Zhu Junyang looked seriously at his mother and slowly nodded. I'm sure, Lady Mother. I can't hide this matter forever. Since I really intend to marry, I must show my sincerity. I trust Xiaoxiao. She's not the same as the other girls in the capital. Yu Xiaoxiao watched them cluelessly. What kind of riddle were they talking about? It seemed like Royal Prince Yang was about to tell her something important, so important that even Princess Consort Jing took it very seriously. Could it be that Royal Prince Yang was not the biological son of Imperial Prince Jing? Or was it some other secret of the imperial family? Could she choose to not listen? Princess Consort Jing worriedly glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao, then she sighed lightly. I won't say any more since you've already made your decision. Xiaoxiao, even if you can't accept what Yanger will tell you later, please don't use it to hurt him. It's been difficult for Yanger all these years. As his mother, I beg of you, no matter what, help him keep his secret, all right? Since this secret is so important, I think it's better if I don't know about it, Yu Xiaoxiao stuttered as she mumbled. No, you must know. Zhu Junyang felt that if he did not pick up the courage to tell her today, he might never have the guts to tell her. He tugged Yu Xiaoxiao's wrist and led her to the deepest part of the garden. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to shake his grip off, but the young prince's hand was like a big pair of pliers. His grip firm yet light, so she did not feel pain. She tried to forcefully pull herself free, but her strength compared to that of Royal Prince Yang, who was skilled in martial arts, was like an ant trying to shake a tree. With no other choice, she gave up her struggle. There's no one here. You can say whatever you want to now. Yu Xiaoxiao said in a somewhat sulky tone. Zhu Junyang let go of her wrist. albeit a little unwilling to part with that delicate feeling in his palm. His lips thinned into a line as he structured his thoughts. He stared into Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes. When I was 5, I fell into a pond and almost drowned. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as many schemes from the plot of inner courtyard fight novels flashed through her mind. She blinked her clear, big eyes and carefully asked, "How did you fall in? And what about your servants? Did someone push you? What happened afterwards?" Now that he had begun, Zhu Junyang felt that the following words were not so hard to say. I was still young at that time. Moreover, I was frightened and I had fallen ill for some time afterwards, so I don't remember what happened during that time. I only know that after that incident, my lord father punished a concubine that was quite favored at that time. Your father must have found out that it was that wretch who wanted to harm you. That's weird, you have 2 older brothers, so why did your father's concubine target you instead? According to inner courtyard fight plots, shouldn't they first get rid of the heir who was going to inherit the princely title? There was no benefit to killing off the youngest son. Zhu Junyang glared at her and said, "This prince was extremely charming when I was young, and Lord Father favored me very much. Every time he returned from court or after finishing his errands, he would first visit Lady Mother's courtyard and play with me for a while. That wretch thought that Lady Mother used me as an excuse to persuade Lord Father to her courtyard. Oh, but I thought your father was loyal to your mother. Why did he still bring these messy women into the inner courtyard? You men are always eyeing the pot even though you're already eating from the bowl. You all want to be surrounded by women and enjoy the bliss of a harmonious harem." Yu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, making an expression that said, "All men are like this. You're just a little girl, how many men have you met? You say that as though you have a lot of experience." Zhu Junyang felt so stifled by her words he did not know how to continue. He tsked at her and asked, "Do you or do you not want to hear me continue? Can I choose not to?" Yu Xiaoxiao's expression was full of reluctance. "I mean, if you really have to tell it to someone, there's definitely a group of outstanding girls that are lining up and willing to listen to you. No, I only want to tell you and you alone. Others are not fit to know my secret." Zhu Junyang scowled in annoyance. If it were anyone else, he would have had the servants take them away to be punished, but towards Yu Xiaoxiao, he had no way of doing it. It was like he was trying to catch a porcupine bare-handed. He was filled with the feeling of helplessness. Yu Xiaoxiao listlessly responded, "All right, say whatever you wish, then. I'm listening." "You, what kind of reaction is that? Is it so hard to bear, listening to me speak?" A blazing fire raged in Zhu Junyang. He wanted to let it out, but he could not. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, her voice tinted with willful arrogance. "So are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving." Zhu Junyang took a deep breath. One of these days, he would definitely die of anger because of this infuriating little girl. After he calmed down, he continued, "Since that time I almost drowned and fell seriously ill, I suddenly became able to sense certain people's emotions, and I'm especially sensitive towards others' ill intentions." Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes bulged in shock, her gaze filled with a hint of excitement. "Wow. That means you obtained superpowers after overcoming a tragedy. And it's a perception-type superpower. So cool. This is very good. Good. How is it good? The ill intent of others will affect my emotions and make me lose all sense of rationality. For example, those people with ulterior motives that try to curry my favor have the lowest degree of ill intent, and it's still tolerable as I'll only feel a little stifled in my heart. But if the other person has ill intent but has yet to carry it out, it will make me want to rage. If the other party wants to harm me and the people around me, I will lose all rationality." Zhu Junyang's brows furrowed, as though he was reluctant to remember how he managed to endure through that period of time. "Maybe you were too young at that time and afraid of the sudden change to your body, so your emotions were strongly influenced. If you were already an adult, you shouldn't have such a big reaction to it. How badly has it progressed, your loss of all rationality?" Yu Xiaoxiao was affected by his emotions. She smothered that small excitement and started seriously helping him analyze the matter. Zhu Junyang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yu Xiaoxiao. Finally, he gritted his teeth and continued, "My first outburst was because of my lady mother's personal maidservant. She was feeding my mother a type of slow-acting poison, and the aura of her malice was so strong it engulfed me and devoured my rationality. At that time, all I could see was black, and I seemed to have lost control of my body. Not only could I not see and hear anything, but I also didn't know what was happening. When my lady mother's anxious scream made me return to consciousness, he glanced at Yu Xiaosao again, not knowing if the following details would scare the little girl who was listening to his story seriously. He pondered for a moment, but since he had already started, what was the point in only telling half of the story? He decided to continue. When I came to my senses, that maidservant was already dead and lying by my feet. In my hand, I was holding the sharp dagger my lord father gave me on my 5th birthday. My mother's personal maidservant. Her head, her face, her body. Had been stabbed until she was an unrecognizable lump of flesh and blood. Both of her legs were broken at the knees, her carotid artery had been cut open and her blood bathed the floor. Once he finished, he solemnly watched Yu Xiaosao. He expected to see fear, terror or loathing on her face, and he had also mentally prepared himself to receive her disgust. Against his expectations, this 12-year-old girl displayed only a face of complete seriousness as her brows pinched together in deep thought. At last, she met his gaze boldly and unafraid, and analyzed in all seriousness, "Young royal prince, I think you have a mental disorder called post-traumatic stress disorder. It can manifest as a desire to kill, to attempt suicide or in self-mutilation." Where had she heard this from? It was probably a preview from some informative talk show broadcast that she had seen before. It should sound convincingly professional, right? You're not afraid of me. Zhu Junyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was indeed different from others and worthy of being the person who caught his eye, deserving of him burning his own boats and telling her his secret. Yu Xiaosao's eyebrows furrowed together as she met his gaze and asked, "Will you hurt me?" Of course not. If he had the choice, he would rather hurt himself than let her suffer even a little injury or grievance. So, what is there to be afraid of? Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes in reply, and then her line of thought returned to his words, "What about afterwards? Has this kind of situation recurred?" Zhu Junyang nodded. "Yes, a lot of times. I feel as though a demon lives in my heart. It'll appear occasionally, take control of my will and body and make me do some brutal things. Honestly, some people might not have deserved to die, but I killed them when I lost all rationality." Zhu Junyang had suffered a lot these past years. He held others at arm's length because he was afraid that he would unintentionally hurt those that he cared deeply for when he lost control of himself. He was always on his guard against his sudden outbursts. This was why he did not dare to get close to his family, did not have friends, and was only accompanied by a few old eunuchs who were skilled in martial arts. Although his lady mother's heart ached for him and she showered him with her love, she would still unconsciously reveal her fear and pity of him. His lord father was constantly cautious of him. Both of his brothers distanced themselves from him, and his only older sister turned into a frightened rabbit every time she saw him, shying away from him for as far as she could manage. Perhaps they had all thought of him as a monster. 14 years had passed since he was 5 years old. In these 14 years, Yu Xiaosao had been the only one who actually treated him like a normal person. When she interacted with him, she was only respectful but not afraid. She would naturally display her emotions on her face. Sometimes, she would also verbally shun him like a cat testing the sharpness of her claws. She would also secretly laugh because she managed to get a little benefit. There had never been a person who was so carefree in front of him, who was so vivid and interesting in his eyes, and there had never been a person whom he would miss when they were apart, whom he wanted to get close to when they met, who made him care about her smile or every knit of her brows. He did not know if this feeling was called like, or if it could be called love. He only knew that he would probably never experience happiness for the rest of his life if he let this person go. Have you killed a lot of people?" Yu Xiaosao probed as she was curious. That pulled Zhu Junyang back from his thoughts. He thought about it, then tentatively asked, "If I said yes, would you think that I'm cruel? That I'm a demon who is numb to killing?" "I wouldn't say that you're a demon. You said so yourself that you only lost control and attacked those who wished to harm you and your family. This means the other person reaped what they sowed and died justifiably. However, the more people you kill, the more your mind and self-restraint will be affected. It's just like if a person first kills someone, they will feel panicked, afraid, guilty, remorseful. All kinds of feelings mixed together, but if they continued to kill more and more people, they would become numb towards killing and turn into a psychopath. Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if she had suddenly turned into the king of analysis, and it filled her with a very high and mighty feeling. Zhu Junyang continued to ask, "You don't think I'm a psycho? A demon? A devil? Is that what they call you? That's because they don't understand you. Young royal prince, do you know what I think of you?" Seeing the young prince's nervous expression, Yu Xiaoxiao could not help but want to comfort him. "What kind of person am I? Cold, eccentric?" Zhu Junyang tentatively guessed. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "The young royal prince in my eyes is strong, handsome and heroic. You were born as the son of an imperial prince and was awarded the title of Royal Prince Yang by the emperor. Originally, you should have been a person so high up that we would never have the chance to meet, but yet here you are, standing among us, and you never once looked down on us because of our birth, nor have you ever bullied anyone simply because you had the authority to. You also don't disdain that our farmers' meals are simple. You stand with us under the hot sun and worry about our crops with us, and you never punish my family and I for misconduct. In the eyes of my family members, you're an amiable royal prince, and in my eyes, you're a friend that I can trust. Although, of course, given that you don't mind the difference between our statuses. When have I ever cared about that?" Even though Zhu Junyang was very touched, he still maintained his haughty expression. His phoenix eyes glanced sideways at her, but quickly moved away the next moment. However, he still could not resist absolving himself, disregarding the time at sea I fought back against the pirates and that last time when I went up the mountains to take down the bandits. I don't actually have a lot of lives on my hands. Ever since my lord father found out about my condition, he had asked imperial grandfather for an eunuch skilled in martial arts to accompany me. He'll forcibly stop me every time I lose control and start hurting people, even though he only waits for me to beat the other person until they're left with their last breath to act, saying that I'd be able to vent my anger without taking the lives of others. Just like this, I was even given the title of Black-Faced Devil by those cowards in the capital." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a faint smile on her lips. "Then, have most of the wealthy children of the capital been taught a lesson by you?" Zhu Junyang raised his eyebrow. The expression on his face was a little charming, a little bad and wholly captivating. He noted the stunned look in Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze, and he could not help but smile. "I'm not the kind of person that initiates fights. The people that I hurt were all people with ulterior motives. It's as you said. It became harder and harder to control my emotions, and even a small prod could make me lose my senses. As my skills in martial arts became increasingly good, head steward Lu Fusheng could no longer single-handedly subdue me. That's why every time I go out, I will always be accompanied by a few imperial guards that are skilled in martial arts. Oh, no wonder you always create such a fuss every time you come to Dongshan village. So it wasn't to protect you, but instead to prevent you from harming others. Now that I think about it, I recall that there seemed to be a time when I felt that you were acting a bit odd. At that time, your body seemed to be exuding a dense cloud of blood, and it was so dense it almost enveloped me. It was such a stifling feeling. Luckily, you quickly recovered after I made impromptu jokes. My little heart thumped so hard that time because I was so scared." As though in a trance, Yu Xiaoxiao recalled that scene from that time. That feeling as though she had fallen into hell almost made her hair stand on end. Zhu Junyang appeared to have a slight impression of that as he nodded. "That time, you were the one who pulled me back from the raging darkness. It was the first time in my life that I was brought back to my senses before my outburst began. Although we weren't as close to each other then as we are now, you, little lass, still left a deep impression on me." His gaze was so warm and gentle, so different from the usual haughty and foolish young prince. What to do? Men who were gentle, warm and handsome were the hardest to resist. Yu Xiaoxiao shifted her gaze and started a somewhat safer topic. "Young royal prince, we should analyze your condition. I feel that your initial outbursts were because you were too young and afraid of the unknown. When your fear reached a certain limit, it would find a way to break out. Think about it. Being able to sense the true intentions of others isn't actually such a bad thing. What is it if it isn't a bad thing? A good thing?" Zhu Junyang vexedly glared at her. It sure was easy for her to say such a thing since she was not in his shoes. Excitement tinged Yu Xiaoxiao's voice as she said, "In my opinion, it is a good thing. Consider this, you'll be able to sense if the other person holds any bad intentions towards you without the other person knowing at all. We'd be able to take precautions before the other party strikes. We could even create a setup and wait for them to take the bait, and then capture both the criminal and the goods together. You could get rid of all your opponents through legal means. Isn't this good?" Zhu Junyang fell into deep thought. Xiaoxiao is right. His ability wasn't so scary at all. If he sensed that the other person had ulterior motives, he could choose to distance himself from them, and if the other person has bad intentions, he would know about it earlier and be able to take precautions and avoid a lot of overt and covert schemes. Why did he reject this ability from fear, even until he was strongly influenced by it? We could even pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, by feigning to trust the other party and then launch a counterattack when they decide to carry out their schemes. Even just thinking about it feels so exhilarating. Yu Xiaoxiao got more and more excited the more she thought about it. That was a superpower, an ability to read minds. Zhu Junyang's eyes shined with a smile as he watched the excited little lass, asking, "What is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? You want me to pretend to be pig? You're actually insulting me, aren't you?" Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. Uncultured people are without fear. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is an idiom. It means you pretend to be weak initially to lure in others' attention and make them bite the bait. Then, strike while they have their guard lowered. Simply said, it's concealing your true abilities and pretending to be stupid to lower the guard of your enemy so you can easily take them down. Oh, then why is it pretending to be a pig and not something else? Like a little rabbit, a lamb, or a fawn. These are weak animals too, and they're much cuter than a pig. Zhu Junyang was full of curiosity towards this new and unfamiliar idiom. Annoyed, Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "You ask me, but how am I supposed to know? Anyway, it's either an idiom, or a colloquialism. It's not like I created it." Zhu Junyang leniently smiled. "Don't you say enough of these bizarre words. Could I even punish you even if you admitted to creating them?" Yu Xiaoxiao did not want to debate over those modern words and phrases she often used subconsciously, so she changed the topic. "Young royal prince, would you like to try to see if you can read the minds of others?" How do I try? That urge to try in Zhu Junyang's heart could not be ignored. Mind reading. Did that mean he would be able to sense the thoughts of others? If he was able to clearly hear the thoughts of others, wouldn't he be able to better make early precautions and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? Yu Xiaoxiao bit her lip and thought hard about it, saying with uncertainty, "Why not? Try to focus and think. I want to know what Yu Xiaoxiao is thinking about." Zhu Junyang did as she said, and poured all of his focus on her while he chanted in his heart. Unfortunately, it was of no use. He shook his head. "It doesn't work." Yu Xiaoxiao made a disappointed expression, scratching her head. She mumbled to herself, "It shouldn't be. Aren't you able to sense the other person's emotions? This is clearly a type of sensing ability." Zhu Junyang was suddenly reminded of something as he hurriedly said, "I think I messed up the person I'm testing this on. I can't sense any of your emotions, so it's completely within reason that I can't read your thoughts. Why don't we test on another person?" Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, grinning. "You can't sense my thoughts. That's good. No one likes to be seen through by another person. It's like being stripped of your clothes, so embarrassing. Is there anyone else that you can't see through except for me?" "Nothing else, it's only you." Zhu Junyang couldn't help but step forward and reveal a genuine smile when he saw how happy the little lass was. "As far as I'm concerned, you're the only one." Fudge. Did he have to say something that sweet? Yu Xiaoxiao felt her tiny heart thumping. Beautiful people truly moved one's heart. Apparently even handsome men could do the same. Xiaoxiao wasn't a true 12-year-old girl as her inner self was already an old woman, who was past 30. In front of a young and innocent youth, should she really speak her thoughts? You really can't read the thoughts in my heart." Yu Xiaoxiao decided that she was still considered a good person as she managed to suppress the salivating wolf in her heart and change the subject. She tried to hypnotize herself. "This sister cannot see the handsome boy in front of me, can't see him, can't see him. Zhu Junyang took a step forward and lowered his head to look at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was right beneath his nose. His voice took on a magnetic quality as he alluringly said, "The last person I would try to trick in this world would be you." Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes and realized that stunningly handsome face was only a small distance away from her. She swallowed down her saliva and retreated 2 steps. Since she wasn't paying attention, she stumbled over a stone while backing up and felt her body start to fall. "I'm screwed. Behind me is the fake mountain in the garden. If I continue to fall towards it, my head will definitely get a large hole in it." Was her life going to end like this? It looked like she was fated to falling. In her previous life, she had fallen down something and died. It looked like this time was. Just as the back of her head was about to hit a jutted-out portion of the fake mountain, Zhu Junyang reached out an arm and used his hand to protect her head. His other arm was wrapped around her delicate waist, as if they were in the middle of ballroom dancing. The young royal prince's warm breath gently hit her face and Yu Xiaoxiao looked up to see his straight nose. She idly thought that only people who had undergone plastic surgery in Korea could have a nose so perfectly shaped. She then raised her gaze and saw his pair of phoenix eyes. They were as clear as a mountain spring and had an intriguing depth to them. The slightly slanted up corners of his eyes added to his seductive look and caused her heartstrings to gently throb. He also had perfectly sculpted red lips, and she was sure that they would feel very soft when kissing. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart pounding even faster than if she had just run a kilometer. It was as if she couldn't catch her breath anymore. At this moment, Zhu Junyang was slightly shocked at how weak and delicate the waist in his right hand felt. The little lass was truly too thin. She must have been too busy lately. She always worried about everything going on in the Yu family and she usually didn't eat enough. Once she married him, he needed to take good care of her and let her body heal. He would take care of the usual issues at home and all she had to do was to eat and chat to her heart's content. When she was happy, she could go into the kitchen to make a few dishes for him. As he was lost in his thoughts, he could smell a light fragrance coming off of the little lass's body. It was very hard to describe the smell. It didn't smell like flowers yet it seemed more refreshing than flowers. It also didn't smell like fruit yet it was more attractive than fruit. Perhaps it was just the natural smell of a girl. Zhu Junyang slightly came closer and his nose was almost touching Xiaoxiao's face. Xiaoxiao felt very conflicted inside. This body of hers hadn't even reached the age of 12. If she got kissed now, wouldn't that be a bit too early? Young royal prince, you are defiling a young girl who hasn't even reached her majority. That's a major crime. Just as Yu Xiaoxiao was contemplating whether she should push away the young, she didn't expect the young royal prince to sniff the area by ears a bit instead of kissing her. It was like he was a large dog. How embarrassing. Luckily, she didn't broadcast her thoughts earlier. Yu Xiaoxiao bitterly glared at him. Young royal prince, you're worse than a beastly animal. Oh my. The sound of Mei Xiang's voice could be heard not too far from them. The two of them simultaneously moved their heads over to look and saw Mei Xiang's back. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed their positioning and realized that the posture that they were in could cause other people to have a misunderstanding. She quietly reminded the prince, "Why haven't you let me go yet? This is so embarrassing." "How is this embarrassing? Do you think this prince is not worthy of you?" Zhu Junyang very gently supported Xiaoxiao up and lightly fixed her messed up hair as he sternly said. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and softly replied, "Didn't you want to try out whether you have the ability to read people's thoughts? Don't we have an experimental subject right in front of you? Quickly try." After hearing her suggestion, Zhu Junyang focused his eyes on the back of Mei Xiang's head. A stream of clear thoughts transmitted back into his head. He couldn't help but say it out loud, "Oh my goodness. So embarrassing. I accidentally came across the young master and Miss Yu kissing each other. The young master is truly too much. Miss Yu is only 12 and hasn't reached the age of majority. How could he possibly start messing around?" The more Zhu Junyang said the angrier he became. His eyes staring at the back of Mei Xiang's head seemed to be spewing flames now. "You little wretch of a servant. Just what type of eyes were you using to see me kissing Xiaoxiao? And then you even dare to say bad things about me in your heart. Who gave you the guts?" Mei Xiang covered her mouth and turned around suddenly. Her face was full of surprise as she looked at the young master. I'm screwed. It looks like I wasn't careful and accidentally said what I was thinking out loud. What should I do? Did the young master hear what I said? Will he get angry? Will I be able to still keep my life? However, how come it didn't sound like my own voice earlier? When did my voice become so deep? On the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiao was very excited and she pulled on Zhu Junyang's sleeve. She lowered her voice as she mysteriously said, "Success. You really are able to look into people's hearts and hear what they're thinking. In the future, if there are people who have malicious thoughts towards you, you can easily figure out why and then craft a plan to go against them. Your ability is too freaking awesome. I'm so envious." What is freaking? Is this a word that young girls should be saying? You should stop saying such crude and unrefined words in the future. The excitement Yu Xiaoxiao had was infectious, and Zhu Junyang felt the anger he had towards Mei Xiong lessen. He raised his hand and knocked it a few times on the little lass's head. Yu Xiaoxiao covered her head with her hands and retreated a few steps. She scrunched up her face in anger and growled, "I grew up in the rural, uncultured farmland, so I don't know how to say things elegantly like you wealthy nobles do. If you think the words I use are unrefined, then go find someone else to talk to. I don't need to accompany you." The little lass turned her head and left, but didn't choose the right direction at first. Before she walked far, she discovered that she was heading towards a dead end and then angrily came back. As she passed by Zhu Junyang, she even pretended to accidentally not notice his foot and deliberately stomped on it. Zhu Junyang thought the little girl resembled a blowfish when she was all puffed up with anger. He good-naturedly pulled on her elbow in amusement and said, "All right, your little temper is quite large. You even stepped on my foot. You're only doing this because you know I won't get mad at you, right? HMPH, you're a high and mighty young royal prince, the youngest son who Princess Consort Jing loves the most. You obviously can do whatever you want to other people. If you don't like it, then hit me off." Yu Xiaoxiao wondered if she was relying a bit too much on his favor. The smile disappeared from Zhu Junyang's face as he intently looked at her. He used a hand to raise her chin and said, "In the future, don't keep referencing our statuses. I don't like it. You also know that I never treated you differently just because I have a higher rank. On the contrary, you always manage to surprise me and change the way I view things. So, there's no need to lack self-confidence or be unduly humble. I believe that you're a good match and that's the only thing that matters." Yu Xiaoxiao pushed aside his hand in annoyance and grumbled, "What's wrong with your eyes? I'm not lacking self-confidence at all. And what do you mean you believe that I'm a good match? I haven't even agreed to anything. You already know my most inner secret, so do you think it's going to be easy to get rid of me?" Zhu Junyang replied calmly, as if the little lass in front of him was already his prey that he had cornered. It seemed as if he enjoyed seeing her struggle. Yu Xiaoxiao unconsciously frowned again and she stopped playing around. She seriously looked at Royal Prince Yang and solemnly proclaimed, "Young Royal Prince, don't be so hasty in making your decision. Perhaps you think I'm interesting because so far I am the only person you've encountered that you can't mindread. You're intrigued about this and that's the only reason why you want to become closer to me. Or maybe, in the not-so-distant future, the person that you're fated to be with will appear. At that time, you'll finally know that romantic love was different than what you used to think. I don't believe I'll be able to encounter anyone who is more suitable for me than you. After all, if I had to live with someone who I can easily mindread at any time, a woman who had no private thoughts, wouldn't that be incredibly boring?" Zhu Junyang was more and more certain that Yu Xiaoxiao was his fated partner that was decreed by the heavens. She was his soulmate. Yu Xiaoxiao scratched her head and somewhat irritably said, "Who knows? You might encounter another woman very soon who you also can't mindread, and she might be even more suitable than me, right? If you already made your decision, how could you face your actual soulmate when she comes? And then how would you treat me? I've already stated that I will never share my partner with someone else." Although he couldn't feel any thoughts or emotions from Yu Xiaoxiao's heart, Zhu Junyang could readily tell that she was feeling a bit uneasy and jittery. He somewhat blamed himself for this. Did I push too hard and too fast with this little loss? Maybe I should give her some time and space to think it through herself. Even though he was convinced that Xiaoxiao was the person he had been waiting for, he didn't want to give the little lass too much pressure. He could only say, "Don't worry. I'm not going to force you to do anything. I'll wait until you reach your majority. There's still 3 to 4 years to go. I'm confident that in that time period you will be able to see my true heart. However, you need to promise me that you won't hide from me. Let's keep our interactions the same as they were before, okay?" Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and decided she could only do that. She unhappily nodded her head and then looked down. "Guess I can only do it this way." Zhu Junyang snorted and then pointed at the little lass's forehead, who looked like a dispirited and bullied little rabbit, and said, "How come you sound so unenthusiastic? It's as if you're some nobly born maiden and I'm a wild youth from the rural countryside who's not worthy of you. How come you seem so reluctant to be paired up with me? Is it that obvious? I thought I was doing a good job at hiding it." Yu Xiaoxiao felt listless, as if she was a tiny delicate flower who had just undergone a large blustery storm. Zhu Junyang pointed at her unhappily and then addressed Mei Xiang, who was slowly approaching them from behind. "You, what do you need?" Mei Xiang shifted a few steps with her head lowered. Both of her hands were by her side, clenched up in anxiety, as she quietly said, "Her Highness told me to come over and see if you and Miss Yu were finally done talking in private. Act normally and don't pretend that you're a little abused wife. Seeing that makes me feel angry." Zhu Junyang was interrupted by Yu Xiaoxiao, so his fury towards Mei Xiang had pretty much disappeared. However, in regard to the misunderstanding, he was a bit regretful that he didn't take advantage of the situation and peck the little girl's tender face. Tisk tisk tisk, the lass hadn't reached 12 years old yet. Wouldn't it be a bit too early for that? Mei Xiang silently rejoiced that Miss Yu was there when she saw that the young royal prince didn't explode. Otherwise, her mother, who was an inner steward at Prince Jing's estate, would only be given her corpse. Am I truly that vicious? That I'll just kill a person without any warning. This was the first time that Zhu Junyang had peeked into a person's inner thoughts, so he had trouble stopping it. Poor Mei Xiang was his experimental subject. Consequently, Zhu Junyang felt his temper rising again. Apparently, in the hearts of these maids, he was even more beastly than mere animals and was almost a man-eating monster. "Look at you, Mei Xiang. Usually you act very normally around me, never showing that you're scared, and you treat me with respect. Apparently it was all a ruse." Yu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and giggled like she was a little mouse who had succeeded in stealing some grain. Apparently, it was like what the young royal prince described. All of the people around him were afraid of him. Even older sister Mei Xiang was the same. The maid normally acted as if nothing was wrong when she was with the young royal prince, yet she had also inwardly thought that the prince had a vicious nature. Xiaoxiao suddenly thought that the young royal prince had quite a pitiful life these past few years. There wasn't anyone by his side who treated him sincerely. Even the servants and maids around him acted as if they were constantly on thin ice. It wasn't surprising that his temper only became more and more irritable. If she was in his shoes, she likely would have gotten depression from all of this. Mei Xiang was in the front and she increased the speed of her steps. How did the young master guess exactly what I was thinking? This is too scary. Next time, when I need to give the young master a message, I should just give the task to Lanxiang and Zhushang. Arg. Although I'm one of the most trusted personal maids of Her Royal Highness, I have quite a bit of pressure on me. Zhu Junyang stared at Mei Xiang's back with such intensity that it seemed like he was drilling a hole. "Mei Xiang, you brat, Lady Mother sent you to talk to me, and it's her way of showing how much you're valued. Yet, you're not grateful at all. Am I a man-eating monster? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore and pulled on his clothes as she stifled her desire to laugh. All right, you can stop observing older sister Mei Xiang. She's going to be scared to death at this rate. As long as the other person doesn't have any malicious intentions towards you, it's not a bad thing if they revere and respect you." Zhu Junyang discovered that, when he turned his head to look at Yu Xiaoxiao, Mei Xiang's thoughts became obscured again. Perhaps it was because he wasn't focusing on the maid. He felt like he was starting to slowly grasp how to control his ability. In the future, wouldn't it be as easy as pie for him to look into another person's thoughts? He revealed a brilliant smile at Yu Xiaoxiao. It was as if 1,000 flowers suddenly blossomed in the middle of a wintry tundra. It was so stunning that Xiaoxiao was enthralled for a moment. Zhu Junyang felt as if the dense haze within his heart had suddenly been dispersed completely by a refreshing breeze. He had never felt so open and free before in his life. He really needed to express his gratitude to his little lass. She was the one who dragged him away from the edge of the abyss. The little lass was truly his lucky star. You don't need to smile like that. I feel goosebumps coming up seeing it. Yu Xiaoxiao found it hard to accept the sudden change in Zhu Junyang's demeanor. The young royal prince had never smiled so sincerely before, and it made his smile more enchanting and gorgeous. The smile was so stunning that it made it hard for a person to look away. If he was a female, he would definitely be a devilish beauty who could cause the downfall of a country. I'm incredibly happy and in an extremely good mood. I have never felt so light and free before in my life. Xiaoxiao, this prince wants to thank you properly. Whatever you want, please tell me. The sound of Zhu Junyang's was perceptibly brighter than before. Mei Xiang could also tell that the young master was in a good mood and also felt happy for him. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and her face seemed to glow with an inner light as she asked, "You'll really do anything that I ask for?" A thought quickly flashed through Zhu Junyang's head and he frowned. He immediately squashed the little lass's hope. "The only thing I cannot do is to stop pursuing you. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I don't want anyone but you in this life." For a second, Xiaoxiao's face dimmed and she frowned as she mumbled to herself, "Don't say it so confidently. Who knows if one day a great beauty will appear and steal your heart? At that time, wouldn't that be a slap to your face? Are you sure the great beauty you're talking about isn't a large, salivating wolf? She's even going to steal my heart. Even if a dozen large wolves appear, I can escape from them without a scratch." Zhu Junyang knocked the little lass on the head as he snorted in amusement. He really didn't know what to do with her sometimes. In the front, Mei Xiang secretly slowed her steps and looked back to take a peek at the interactions between the young master and Miss Yu. She thought, looks like the young master is being sincere. This is a good situation that other people can't even hope to fish up. Why is Miss Yu so reluctant to accept this? The young master treated Miss Yu very well. There were so many maidens in the capital of the proper birth and rank, who were also more beautiful than Miss Yu, that wanted to get closer to the young master. However, the young master always disdained these young ladies and only Miss Yu had caught his eye. She wasn't saying that Miss Yu wasn't good either, but she felt like that the young master deserved someone better. Unfortunately, what was really infuriating was that Miss Yu didn't appreciate how good she had it. Mei Xiang felt a bit aggrieved on behalf of the young master. During that second where Zhu Junyang turned around, he could feel Mei Xiang's thoughts very clearly. It looked like the maid Mei Xiang wasn't too bad after all. This prince will generously forgive all of her mistakes from earlier. Look at you all, aren't you secretly reading older sister Mei Xiang's thoughts again? Oh ho, I know, older sister Mei Xiang must have been complimenting you in her heart. Otherwise, why else would you look so smug? Yu Xiaoxiao surreptitiously pinched Zhu Junyang's arm. She was very curious as to what made Zhu Junyang look so pleased. She thought that the volume of her voice was soft enough but didn't expect Mei Xiang's ears to be that sharp. When the maid heard this, she immediately jumped forward a few steps and then turned around with a scared expression on her face as she looked at the two people behind her. Tears immediately filled her eyes as she knelt in front of Royal Prince Yang as she hurriedly explained, "Miss Yu, please don't send me to my doom. May the heavens smite me if I have any untoward thoughts to the young master. Young master, please believe me, my mother has already found a good marriage partner for me. Once I reach the proper age, I was going to ask the princess consort if she could do me a favor and let me go. I promise that I have never had such vile thoughts in my heart." Yu Xiaoxiao was flabbergasted by the maid's reaction. She was only joking, so why did older sister Mei Xiang react in such a frightened manner? Wasn't maids falling in love with their masters a common plot point in a lot of novels? Was it necessary to be that scared? Zhu Junyang glared at her in disapproval and reassured Mei Xiang, "You can get up. Miss Yu was only joking. Don't take it to heart." When he saw the confusion on Yu Xiaoxiao's face, he couldn't help but explain, "In the future, don't make jokes like this. 2 years ago, there was a maid who had climbed into my bed and I broke all 4 of her limbs before I threw her out of the residence. When I punished her, I called all of the maids in the estate over so they could all see the consequences of having impure thoughts. After that happened, it became peaceful around me. Mei Xiang couldn't help but shudder when she thought of that maid who had been punished. The aftermath resembled a broken rag doll, with all four limbs going in monstrous directions. That maid used to be one of the most trusted by the princess consort and was also the most beautiful out of all of the maidservants in the residence. Furthermore, she had a glib tongue. Perhaps the young master had been more courteous and tolerating of the princess consort's personal maids, which caused that maid to have ambitious thoughts. Unexpectedly, she took advantage of a time when the princess consort sent her to give the young master some nourishing soup and had added an aphrodisiac to the soup. The young master had found out though. It was rumored that the maid's legs and arms couldn't be set properly, so she could only lie on a bed, handicapped, for the rest of her life. That maid's family members had taken her away and she died a few days later. She also heard that the maid's older brother and older sister-in-law thought that it was too much trouble to care for her, so they deliberately starved her to death. It's not a bad thing for other people to admire you. That young girl only longs for some romance and you also have such devastating looks. Is it necessary to be that angry? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't think his reaction was correct. Her eyes flickered a bit and she mysteriously said, "Young royal prince, you're already at the right age. Don't tell me that the princess consort hasn't prepared any maids to share your bed yet." When Mei Xiang heard this, she started to walk faster as she thought, why is this road so long? First she says that the young master looks handsome and then she starts talking about bed servants. Miss Yu, can you stop trying to tweak the tiger's whiskers so often? Playing with fire can lead you to getting burned. Don't pull me into this too. Zhu Junyang stopped moving and lightly grabbed onto Xiaoxiao's arm. There was an unidentified emotion in his slightly slanted eyes as he gazed into the little lass's eyes. He gently said with the hint of a smile, "Cower, in your heart, what do you think of my looks? I want to hear your true thoughts." Mei Xiang stopped for a bit. It looks like the young master has opened his mind. Miss Yu had talked about his appearance yet he didn't get angry and even wanted to confirm her thoughts. Hold on, did the young master get his soul switched out by something and is now being possessed by a spirit? Yu Xiaoxiao was dazzled at the sight of his devilishly handsome face. She licked her lips and found herself entranced by him. She replied in a bewitched manner, 1 word, beautiful. 2 words, very beautiful. 3 words, devastatingly extraordinarily beautiful. Zhu Junyang knocked her head in a displeased manner and growled, as a true man, the word, beautiful, isn't necessarily a compliment. Choose a different adjective for this prince. Who said that beautiful isn't a compliment for men? Young maidens love flower boys the most, okay. Yu Xiaoxiao grumbled as she used her little hand to rub her head that had turned red from being hit. She silently cursed, "You have so much strength yet you don't even hold back a little for me. My head is going to have a lump because of you." Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow and replied, "Then, am I the type that you love the most?" Who wouldn't like people who are incredibly beautiful? However, this type of love isn't the romantic type of love. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that there was a trap waiting for her so she hurriedly obscured her words. She then quickened her steps as if she wanted to escape this situation. "Little lass, you're even more slippery than a loach. If I'm not careful, she might just slip away. It's not a problem, I have plenty of time on my side and lots of patience to tussle with her. There's no need to say more at this point as there's no way a tiny thing like you will prevail in the end." Mei Xiang, who was leading the way, had a better idea of how the young master and Miss Yu interacted now. She really couldn't figure out just how Miss Yu caught the young master's eye. Personality-wise, Miss Yu was like a willful little kitten, always scratching at a person's clothes. Yet the young master always held on to her little claws and acted as if he couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her or punish her. Thus, in Mei Xiang's heart, the previous image she had of the young master as a cruel and vicious youth had temporarily evaporated. After she had finished discussing their situation with the young royal prince, there wasn't a lot of change in her day-to-day life. The only difference now was that the prince started to seem more and more like a big friendly dog. Sometimes, Yu Xiaoxiao thought that the royal prince resembled Little White a lot. In front of others, they were both arrogant and aloof. However, As soon as she wiggled her hand at them, they would rush over with their tails wagging. It was time to switch from the thick padded winter jackets to thinner spring clothing. The wheat flowers in the fields had fallen off and the wheat heads were soon plump and full with kernels. All of the tenant farmers on the Yu family's farmstead started to smile more and more brilliantly. No one, including the oldest people there, had ever seen such plump wheat heads before. This year they would definitely have a large harvest. If the winter wheat had a good harvest, that meant that they would be able to have a more comfortable living situation for the upcoming half year. Ever since they started following their current masters, their lives had gotten better and better and they had more hope for the future. At the start of spring, the tenant farmers, who had some extra cash on hand, either caught a couple piglets or a couple dozen chicks to raise at the advice of their masters. When the animals got bigger, they wouldn't have to worry about selling them. The masters had told them that they would buy these animals off of them at the highest market price. Furthermore, at the start of the season, a lot of people went into the uncultivated lands not far from the farmstead to plow and sow them with some sweet potatoes. Even if they didn't end up eating the sweet potatoes, they could still be used to feed pigs. No one was the owner of those uncultivated lands, and the owner of Tanggu town and its surroundings was Royal Prince Yong, who had a good relationship with their masters. Thus, they didn't have to worry about problems from using these bits of land. The tenant farmers on the Yu family's farmstead were all proud and confident when other farmers, who were down on their luck, came to ask if there was any space. This was the first time that they had some pride in who they were. Other than the Yu families and the royal prince's stewards, very few people knew that the 800 Mu plantation that was adjacent to the Yu families farmstead had already been transferred over to Yu Xiaosao from Royal Prince Yong. When the deed with her name written on it was given to her, Yu Xiaosao had a dumbfounded expression on her face. They hadn't even gotten to the point in their relationship where they were considered to be dating, yet he had already given her some of his assets to her. Wasn't he afraid that after she took his things she would have a falling out with him? However, the man was a young royal prince and wasn't to be trifled with. If she tried to do that, it was likely that it would come back to bite her. Yu Xiaosao expressed that this was a lot of pressure to handle. In the future, if they did have a falling out, it'd be very difficult to split up the assets again. However, if she didn't take the land, the young royal prince would act angry. But what if she didn't care? Then he would change his methods and become pitiful and act cute. Yu Xiaosao admitted that she had no defenses against this type of attack. She very quickly caved at the face of a handsome youth acting cute in front of her. Thus, Yu Xiaosao now had a plantation with 800 mu of land among her personal possessions. She had changed her fate from a poor farmer's girl into a wealthy landowner. Once the wheat became golden and the bumper crop was ready to harvest, Yu Xiaosao was given more helpers from the young royal prince. Some of these people were estate stewards who had more than 10 years of land management experience, and others were old servants who had lots of varied experience in other areas. In short, after all of these people were sent to their respective positions, Yu Xiaosao and the rest of her family had a lot less work on their hands. The weather gradually warmed up, so Yu Xiaosao often went to the seaside in her free time. She would sometimes gather seafood with the other village children or drag Xiaolian along to put on their sharkskin swimsuits and swim in the ocean. Occasionally, they would even have a friendly competition with other good swimmers in the area to see who could dive deeper. Zhuang Xiaomo was from a nearby fisherman village and was around 15 to 16 years old this year. He was a well-known diving expert and could be found diving from the end of spring to the start of autumn every year. He was always able to dive deeper than the average person and harvest a good amount of seafood, such as abalone or sea cucumbers. Because of his skill, he could often sell his gathered seafood for a good price. From time to time, he would travel over to Dongshan village to sell sandworms and oysters. The Yu family had a pretty good impression of this honest and kind-hearted youth. Sometimes, they would even invite him over for a meal. Yu Hang had such a good relationship with him that they almost acted brotherly in nature. The two of them often chatted about everything and anything. When the Yu family was busy, he didn't take himself as an outsider and would always lend a helping hand if he could. As her daughters slowly grew up, Madame Lu started to pay more attention to this tanned youth. Zhuang Xiaomo's parents had passed away when he was young, and the grandfather who raised him had also died during the last winter. As someone who had been abused and scolded by her mother-in-law for more than 10 years, Madame Lu naturally hoped that her daughters would not walk down the same path that she did. Whoever married Zhuang Xiaoma wouldn't have to please a mother-in-law or deal with any sisters-in-law either. Furthermore, his wife would be able to manage the household as soon as she married in. This was the ideal scenario that most mothers hoped for their daughters, right? Thus, Madame Lu kept her eye on Zhuang Xiaoma. The more she observed, the more she had a feeling that this youth wasn't always coming over for pure intentions. In fact, he always smiled more brightly and his eyes looked more joyful whenever he saw her eldest daughter. This youth's taste was actually quite good. Madame Lu wasn't being overconfident. Xiaolian was very hard-working and was probably considered one of the most industrious young girls in all of Dongshan village. Although Xiaolian was only 12 this year, she had more money in her personal savings than Madame Lu. Furthermore, once the construction on the harbor finished and the shops there were built, Xiaolian's dowry in the future would likely be one of the biggest in all of Dongshan village. However, Xiaolian was only 12 and there was already someone eyeing her to be his wife. Madame Lu felt simultaneously sad and proud at the same time. Both of her daughters were outstanding, so how could she possibly keep them by her side for a few more years? She had originally thought to keep her daughters with her until they turned 18, but the young royal prince didn't seem like the patient type either. Was her oldest daughter also not going to be able to spend an extra 2 years by her side? As their mother, her heart was full of contradictory thoughts. Although she didn't want them to leave her so soon, she also didn't want them to lose out on finding the best possible husband. Madame Lu fretted to and fro about this. Zhuang Xiaomo treated Xiaolian with utmost courtesy. Every time the two sisters went to their secret swimming and diving spot, he would always somehow appear. From time to time, he would dive and come up with a beautiful whelk shell or a colorful piece of coral or a delicate little sea star. He always found an excuse to give them to Xiaolian. Since he was afraid that she wouldn't accept his gifts, he also always gave something to Xiaoxiao as well. However, it was pretty obvious that presents he sent to Xiaoxiao were a level lower than the ones he gave to Xiaolian. Most of the time, Xiaoxiao would go find the little dolphin that was now grown up to play with. Sometimes she would sit on the dolphin, submarine, and dive into deep areas. Along the way, she would grab some superior level seafood for the Zhou family. Every time she dove, she never came back empty-handed. Royal Prince Yang, who was becoming more and more clingy with time, would always show up in Dongshan village whenever he didn't have any tasks to do in the capital. Although the emperor continued to regard him with increasing importance and gave him a lot of tasks, the prince was always able to finish these requests quickly and find some time to run to Dongshan village. The emperor had a whole new level of respect for his younger cousin's ability to handle work. Many of the tasks that other people saw as difficult or impossible were, in his hands, always finished well. Consequently, more and more work fell onto Zhu Junyang and he became the perfect example of the most capable person always does the most work. Finally, Zhu Junyang privately protested to the emperor. He stated that the emperor was delaying him from pursuing his future wife properly. Only then did the emperor come to a realization, so that brat was working so hard to finish his tasks so he could have extra time to go hug a beauty. After investigating, I found out that my old transmigrator friend caught his eye. He has good taste. I can't delay my younger cousin's future happiness, so as his older cousin, I need to help him. Thus, Zhu Junyang finally was able to break free from his imperial cousin's unending work requests. He went to the beach a few times with Yu Xiaoxiao. Whenever he saw her happily frolicking in the water like a fish and playing gleefully with the little dolphin, Zhu Junyang felt that all of his hard work and difficult times had been worth it. Before he went out to sea, Zhu Junyang had spent a whole month diligently learning how to swim properly. Sometimes he would also go into the water and gather seafood with Xiaoxiao. He would even hoard all of the seafood he got and then have Xiaoxiao make him a seafood feast later on to eat. However, once he found out that his swimming skills, which he had suffered to obtain, was nothing in front of Xiaoxiao's abilities and that he was only holding her back, he readily became a mere observer on the side. He sat on the beach and silently watched as Xiaoxiao easily swam and played in the ocean waters. At first, whenever Xiaoxiao disappeared underwater for a long time, he would feel worried and couldn't help but dive in himself to look. However, Every time he did so, Xiao Xiao would always surface far away and cheerfully wave at him. Gradually, he got used to the long time that Yu Xiaoxiao spent under the water. However, he was never able to not feel concerned. When Zhuang Xiaomo appeared, at first, Zhu Junyang felt like he had a crisis on his hands. In his heart, Xiaoxiao was perfect, so there would definitely be other people besides him who could also see her perfection. Luckily, he had already grasped his ability to read people's hearts, so he easily found out that the person Zhuang Xiaomo liked was his future older sister-in-law, Yu Xiaolian. Yu Xiaolian looked about 70 to 80% similar to Xiaoxiao. Her skin was a bit more tanned and her eyes were slightly smaller. Furthermore, she had a more sturdy figure compared to Yu Xiaoxiao. Zhu Junyang couldn't understand why Zhuang Xiaomo liked Xiaolian better. Just what sort of taste did the other youth have? Obviously, when you compared the two sisters, Xiaoxiao was the better of the two, okay. However, how could Zhu Junyang understand that in the eyes of Zhuang Xiaomo, Xiaolian was the better choice? Xiaolian had a healthy and strong body and was very hardworking with the ability to endure hardships. Thus, to Zhuang Xiaomo, she was the perfect wife candidate. As for the delicate and weak Xiaoxiao, who somewhat resembled Lin Daiyu, she was nowhere near as attractive as her older sister. Naturally, there were also quite a few families who were eyeing the Yu family's financial circumstances and Xiaoxiao's talents. Those people secretly hinted to Xiaoxiao's mother that they were interested in a betrothal arrangement. However, they were all firmly rejected by Madame Lu with the excuse that her daughter was still young and that she wanted to keep her by her side for a few more years. Unfortunately, someone had appeared next to Xiaoxiao that they couldn't get rid of even if they wanted to, a giant boss. Madame Lu really felt quite helpless at the situation. If they had to be honest, everyone in the Yu family didn't see Zhu Junyang as a good husband candidate. He was too rich and noble to be a good husband, in the Yu family's eyes. From their perspective, Zhuang Xiaomo, who had a similar background to them, was the type of husband they wanted for their daughters. The noble and wealthy families all had a gazillion rules and traditions. Could their adorable and silly youngest daughter, who had never been restricted in any way or bullied since they split from the main branch, endure such a life? Which rich families didn't have a house full of concubines swarming around? Even if the royal prince promised and vowed that he wouldn't bring in another woman to fight for favor with their daughter, how could they believe a man's words? In the future, if their youngest daughter was wronged in any way, their family's status was much too low compared to his. Even if they wanted to give her justice, they wouldn't be able to. Zhu Junyang felt very misunderstood. He had a very good understanding of the thoughts that were running through the minds of Xiaoxiao's parents and her siblings. However, no matter what he promised, no one was willing to believe him. Was he really that unreliable in their eyes? In the Yu family's hearts, was he really a worse choice than Zhuang Xiaomo, who was the orphan son of poor Fisherman? He was the son of the high and mighty imperial prince Jing and had been personally given the title of a royal prince by the emperor. In court, he was seen as one of the most promising officials, yet he was losing to a fisherman. Zhu Junyang felt very indignant at all of this. None of you see me in a good light, huh? Then I will definitely show all of you just what type of person I really am. And thus, Zhu Junyang was now going down the road of becoming a husband who pampered his wife, a monster who was even better at treating his wife well than Imperial Prince Jing. In the early morning, the silvery singing of birds woke up the sleeping earth. The little rooster that was in the back courtyard raised its head and puffed its chest before it valiantly stretched out its neck to crow, cock-a-doodle-doo. At the front and back of the house, all of the deep green leaves on the vegetables in the garden had shimmering drops of dew shining on them. In between the rows of vegetables, there were a few matrons dressed in plain, patched clothing. They were picking the vegetables industriously and using clean water to wash the dirt off before placing them in bamboo baskets. These baskets would later be loaded onto carts that came from town. At a corner in the front courtyard next to the residence, there was a grapevine twined onto a wooden frame with bunches of grapes heavily hanging. There were a few bunches that had ripened early and the deep purple fruits seemed to glitter like crystals and emitted a sweet aroma. The sight of these grapes made the matrons tisk in wonder and one of them commented, "Madame Lu, your family's soil is really very good. Anything you guys plant turns out well and even ripens early. Like these grapes for example." Anyone else planting them can only harvest them at the start of autumn to eat. Your rack of grapes will probably be ripe in a couple days. Ah. That's right. Ah. Are these grapes a new variety that ripen early that the royal prince brought back from the Western Hemisphere? Another young matron asked in a voice full of envy. Who didn't know that the royal prince regarded the Yu family highly? No one knew just how the Yu family caught his eye, but he came over every day. Madame Lu bent over and pulled all of the weeds out of one area. She smiled at the women working. I also don't know where this grapevine came from. When that girl, Xiao, planted it, I said that she was doing work for nothing as it wouldn't live. It was only planted last year, but this year it's already grown a lot of grapes. When the grapes are ripe, each of you can bring 2 bunches back home so your children can taste them. No need. If your family's grapes entered the market now, I'm sure that people would buy them even at 1 tael a bunch. Tanggu town has plenty of people with money to spare. That's right, that's right. They even scrambled to buy watermelons for 5 taels apiece. This year, your family planted over a dozen mu of watermelons and it still wasn't enough to keep up with the demand. Especially the prefectural city's demand. Cart after cart of watermelon was sent there and each cart earned around 100 to 200 taels. That's not watermelon anymore, they're all pure money. This was also something to be envied but not obtained. The Yu family had the talent at cultivating watermelons. It was said that in the neighboring village, there was a wealthy landlord, Li Sangkai, who had heard that the Yu family from Dongshan village had made a fortune from planting watermelons. No one knew where he had gotten the seeds from, but he planted a few dozen mu of them. However, the Yu family's watermelons had all sold out now, yet his watermelons were only about the size of a fist. Furthermore, these watermelons were few in between and couldn't compare to the yield of the Yu families. Madame Lu only smiled but didn't say anything in response to these matrons. Her family had made quite a bit of money by selling the early ripening vegetables, watermelons, and braised food. Naturally, there were a lot of people who were envious. With the royal prince as their backing, no one dared to do any nasty tricks. However, there were plenty of people who tried to reproduce their success, like the neighboring village's Li Sangkai. Perhaps that man had gotten a batch of seeds that weren't good which caused his melons to grow poorly. She didn't know whether they would be better once they were ripe. The matron's discussions became louder and louder, so Yu Xiaosao opened the door to her room while rubbing the sleep away from her eyes. She used her other hand to ruffle through her hair, and it was obvious that she was still quite groggy. There were a couple matrons in the field who had male children at home around Xiaosao's age, so their eyes lit up when they saw her. Immediately, their voices became much more welcoming. Hexing's wife grinned until her eyes became a line and said, "Oh. Xiaosao's becoming more and more beautiful with time. Look at her little face, so white and tender. She resembles a well-bred young woman more than those daughters of the wealthy families in town." What is that phrase? A natural-born beauty. Dahai's wife also has good looks. In fact, all of her children are perfect specimens. Dahai's wife, is your Xiaosha 14 this year? It's almost time to find a wife for him. In these past 2 years, the Yu family had become one of the wealthiest families in the village. As their children got older, they became the target of everyone who had marriageable children and were now being eyed like a prime piece of meat by this pack of hungry wolves. Madame Lu looked at the matron who had asked the question with a somewhat embarrassed manner and sighed before she said, "You all don't know my children's personalities. Every single one has their own opinions. As their mother, I can't lightly make this decision without asking for their own opinions." Hexing's wife's eyes opened wide as she stated, "Since ancient times, don't all parents with the help of the matchmaker decree the marriages of their children? As their mother, if you don't take charge of this issue, who else would be able to?" That's right, that's right. Dahai's wife, it's not that I'm trying to use my seniority to lecture you, but you and brother Dahai spoil your children too much. In all of our families, if our children don't listen to us, then we would beat them. Didn't both of my older girls have their marriages decided by their father and me? And look at them now, aren't their lives pretty good? The matron who had asked about Yu Heng's marriage prospects earlier was the wife of the village chief's nephew. Everyone called her older brother Jamin's wife. That's because you know how to raise children and love your girls, so you made sure to find them families that would take care of them. Another matron next to her, who had a good relationship with her, interjected in a flattering manner. Jamin's wife revealed a proud and smug smile and didn't seem modest at all as she stated, "Since we're on the topic of raising children, then I won't be shy in saying that all of my daughters are good hands at both farming work and household work. Especially my youngest daughter. She has a fine hand in embroidery. She recently made a pillow cover that was embroidered with ducks playing in the water, and it sold to the embroidery shop in town for one tael. The shop even said that they would definitely take her work in the future." After speaking, she used a self-satisfied expression to glance at Madame Lu. Madame Lu was concentrating on her task at hand and didn't notice. Xiao Sao, on the other hand, was currently washing her face and hands underneath the grape trellis and saw everything. She silently laughed inside. Recently, her brothers and sister were as popular as peach blossoms. Her older brother, who was growing handsome and had a steady and hard-working temperament, was the current target of a lot of people. However, she had a hunch that her older brother had a glimmer of a liking towards older sister Huifang. In the future, she needed to find some time to question him a bit. When Jamin's wife saw that Madame Lu wasn't responding, she felt a bit upset inside. As the mother of the girl, she wasn't supposed to be the one to send out feelers. However, the Yu family was truly too popular right now. Xiaoxia, as the oldest son of the Yu family, also looked very reliable. Xiaoyun was her youngest child and had older brothers and sisters above her, so she pretty much had never done hard labor in her life. Other than embroidery, she only knew how to cook a few basic dishes. If she got married to a regular family in the village, she would need to work on the farmland and do housework. She truly couldn't bear for her youngest daughter to do that. Thus, she eyed the Yu family's oldest son as her future husband. With the Yu family's current financial circumstances, they could easily afford to buy 2 servants to do all of the hard labor. Therefore, when her youngest daughter married over, she could have an easy and comfortable life. As these thoughts went through her head, Jamin's wife continued, "Dahai's wife, you need to be careful when deciding Xiaoxia's future bride. He's the eldest of the family and everyone says that the eldest sister-in-law is like a second mother. You need to find a gentle and virtuous girl, someone who's generous, kind-hearted and filial. Otherwise, all of his younger siblings, as well as you too when you get old, will suffer in the future." There were people in the village with rude and unreasonable wives who ended up kicking their husbands' parents out from the home. Thus, Jamin's wife's warning wasn't entirely unwarranted. Older brother Jamin's wife, just directly say that you think that your families Xiaoyun and Xiaoxia are a good match. What's the point in skirting around the subject and doing verbal gymnastics? The matron who piped up also had a daughter at the suitable age. When she heard Jamin's wife pointed hints, she became unhappy. Wasn't it obvious that she was insinuating that her daughter was virtuous and generous while other people's daughters were rude and unreasonable shrews? The right situation hadn't unfolded yet, so how could Jamin's wife allow her spoiled youngest daughter's reputation to get ruined? She glared at the other matron and replied, "I was only mentioning this to remind Madame Lu out of the goodness of my own heart, since my husband and brother Dahai have a good relationship. Why did you bring my daughter Xiaoyun's name into the mix? My Xiaoyun has a sweet appearance, is good at the womanly arts, and also has a gentle personality. She's never gotten into any conflicts with anyone. Such a sweet and obedient daughter, I want her to spend an extra couple of years by my side." The other matron sneered as she thought, "Yes, your daughter has never gotten into any conflicts with anyone, but why don't you also mention that your youngest daughter is so shy that when she encounters an outsider, she blushes and can't even say a word? A girl from a farming family has been so spoiled that she's like a young miss from a wealthy family. She can't do hard labor or coarse housework. We're all farming families, so who would marry their son to a girl like her?" This matron personally thought that her own daughter was good. Her daughter had a lot of strength and could even do the work of the man. However, she conveniently forgot that her daughter also had the figure of a man, with broad shoulders and big muscles. From the back, one might even mistake her for a man. All of the matrons gleefully gave their own opinions to Madame Lu on the topic of how to choose the perfect wife for the eldest son of the family. "Huifang, why are you here so early?" The sound of Yu Heng's voice could be heard from the main gate. When the matrons heard him talking, they all craned their necks to see. They saw Lu Xuanzhu's eldest daughter, Lu Huifang, with a small bamboo basket on her arm. She was smiling sweetly at the Yu family's eldest son as they talked. Older brother Xiaoxia, you didn't go to help with the seafood buying business today, ah? Lu Huifang's eyes were sparkling and there was a light flush on her cheeks. She had the figure and liveliness of a young maiden, and, under the glow of the morning sun, looked so lovely that she could make someone's heart skip a beat. Yu Heng didn't notice that he had unconsciously revealed a gentle smile and his voice had also become gentle and warm. The seafood buying business has already been transferred over to eldest granduncle's family for now. Recently, I've been helping my father in the melon fields. Speaking of the watermelon fields, I haven't yet thanked older brother Xiaoxia for giving my family a watermelon that other time. I had never eaten such sweet and delicious fruit before in my life. The snacks of the children of farming families were usually only limited to the surplus they had from their own trees or fields. Most of them couldn't bear to spend money on them, especially fruit that was so expensive they could scare a person. The smile in Yu Heng's voice became even more apparent as he softly replied, as long as you like it. My younger sister planted a peach tree in the back courtyard and they've ripened in the past couple of days. In a moment, you should bring a basket home. For your parents and siblings to taste. Didn't Xiaoxiao say that she wanted to use the peaches from that tree to make canned peaches and peach jam? Ah. Did you ask for her permission before you give away her peaches to other people? Lu Huifang's voice was very crisp and clear and seemed quite cheerful. The sound of Yu Heng chuckling could be heard. My youngest sister isn't a petty person. She naturally wouldn't be too stingy to let go of a few peaches. That being said, you're her good friend. Even without me mentioning it, she would definitely give you a few ripe peaches to take home to try. The matrons in the courtyard all exchanged looks after seeing this interaction. Hexing's wife only had 2 boys in their teens in her house, so she wasn't very interested in Yu Heng's marriage. She flashed a teasing look at Madame Lu and said, looks like we don't need to be worried about Xiaoxia's future marriage. It looks like he already has his eye on a girl. Huifang had a steady and hard-working temperament and also had a good relationship with her daughter. If she caught the eye of her son, Madame Lu would definitely be very happy. Before she could speak, Jamin's wife unhappily spoke, Hexing's wife, you can't just say things willy-nilly. Xuanju and Dahai are good friends, so it's natural that their children are well acquainted with each other. What's wrong with them talking to each other? As their elders, we shouldn't gossip needlessly as we don't want to inadvertently tarnish the reputation of the girl. Hexing's wife sneered in her heart as she thought, you've been advertising your daughter with every sentence you say, so aren't you afraid of damaging her reputation? She then deliberately commented, I think the last Huifang is pretty good. Last year, during the hard period, she even had the guts to catch 100 to 200 chicks to bring back home to raise. This year she has even more chickens at home. She even used the money she made last year to build a standalone chicken coop and yard to raise them. I heard that these few hundred chickens are all taken care of by her and her younger sister alone. Xuanju's wife doesn't even have to do anything. Jamin's wife's eyes started to sprout fire and glared fiercely at her as she said, if you think she's good, then how come you don't go ask her to become a wife of one of your sons? Isn't your oldest son about the same age as Huifang? What are you saying? My son is younger than her by a year. That being said, her family may not think my Xiaochun is a good match. Hexing's wife glanced at Xiaoxiao, who was quietly eating breakfast underneath the grape trellis, and then returned a fierce glare at Jamin's wife. Jamin's wife was about to say something when the 2 topics of their conversation walked in. Lu Huifang politely greeted them by saying, Auntie, to all of the matrons present. The other matrons, who were enjoying the show, all warmly responded back. Only Jamin's wife neutrally replied with a, and instead treated Yu Heng with a much more warm and welcoming greeting. Older sister Huifang, you're giving us some more chicken eggs again. Didn't we say that you don't need to send any more to us? Ah. My family has a few hens at home and they also lay around 5 to 6 eggs a day, so we have more than enough to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao put down the bowl of congee in her hands and came over. Her voice had hints of rebuke, but her attitude towards Huifang was very warm and close. Lu Huifang grinned as she placed the basket on the stone table under the grape trellis and picked one grape that was half purple and half red in a matter-of-fact manner. She didn't even bother to wipe the grape before putting it in her mouth. After swallowing the sweet and juicy fruit, the smile on her face became more broad as she said, "Didn't you say yesterday that you were going to make peanut and sesame flaky pastries? Ah. My younger sister and I are salivating over the prospect of you making them, so if we don't give something back, how could we just take the food that your family makes?" Older sister Huifeng, you're being too polite. Alright, since you said it that way, then I'll have my older brother take you to the back and pick some peaches. When the pastries are done, you can bring some back. Yu Xiaoxiao transferred the eggs into another basket and then stuffed the now empty basket into her older brother's hands. Lu Huifeng snatched that empty basket back and smiled, "I still have a couple hundred chickens clucking and waiting for me to get back to feed them. How do I have the time to wait for you to finish making the flaky pastries? Ah." As she talked, she placed the basket at the crook of her hand and walked towards the gate. Yu Xiaoxiao shouted towards her, "Then, in a moment, when the pastries are done, I'll have my older brother send you guys a batch. There's also the peaches. They are quite sweet this year, so I'll have my older brother pick a basket for you." Lu Huifeng heard that Xiaoxiao kept mentioning Yu Hang, so she turned around and gave her a somewhat embarrassed glare. Then her face flushed when she saw the mischievous glee on the younger girl's face. She then fled the courtyard in quick steps, as if there was a rabid dog chasing after her. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed in the courtyard and Yu Hang poked at her small face and said, "What's so funny? You made her angry from your teasing. Tee-hee, older brother, do you feel bad for her?" Yu Xiaoxiao grinned until her eyes became lines and gave her older brother a knowing look. Yu Hang was a bit flustered from the look in her eyes. The handsome youth felt both embarrassed and angry, so he snapped at her, "Stop speaking nonsense. Mother, older brother's yelling at me." Yu Xiaoxiao immediately became a tattletale and puffed her cheeks like a little blowfish. After thinking a bit, she then roguishly said, "HMPH. In a moment, when the flaky pastries are done, I'll personally go over and give them to older sister Huifeng. You won't have the chance to get into her good graces then. Do whatever you want to do. Ah. Stop pulling me into this." Yu Hang felt a bit bashful when he noticed that his sister had seen through his intentions. Since Huifeng's family was raising chickens, he often went over to their residence to buy chickens with his father. Thus, he spent more and more time interacting with Huifeng. Yu Hang was also getting older and was reaching the stage where he became interested in girls, so he started to have an impression of Huifeng. If he had the opportunity to have a conversation with her, he would feel incredibly happy within his heart. However, after being teased by his younger sister, he felt a bit resentful, but he didn't reject these feelings. After they finished eating breakfast, Yu Hang stepped into the kitchen and watched as Yu Xiaoxiao made flaky pastries. Before long, he was given the task of beating the eggs. After thinking a bit, he realized that they were missing a person in the residence today and asked, How come I didn't see Royal Prince Yang today? Doesn't he always come over very early usually?" Yu Xiaoxiao was currently crushing roasted peanuts into small pieces and she pursed her lips, "Ah. He went back to the capital a few days ago. You've been busy in the melon fields these past few days, so I guess you didn't notice earlier." Yu Hang resisted for a bit and then he finally couldn't stop himself from roasting the other youth. "I'll say, how much free time does Royal Prince Yang have? He spends at least half a month each month on his lands. Does he not have any tasks to do in the capital now?" Yu Xiaoxiao had never bothered to find out just what type of work Zhu Junyang had to do. She thought for a bit and then guessed, perhaps, he's just an idle royal prince. With a title and lands, isn't it normal for him to spend more time on his own lands? After hesitating for a bit, Yu Hang finally asked the question that had been tormenting him, "Younger sister, in the future, will you marry Royal Prince Yang? If he still wants to marry only me by the time I turn 18, then I'll marry him. What else can I do? If there was a man who was willing to wait for her for that many years, that meant that it was worth it, right?" That being said, now that he's managed to control his inner demon, the young royal prince didn't really have any large flaws besides being a little arrogant from time to time. She was willing to be merciful and grant him his wish of marrying her. Yu Hang lightly sighed and then softly asked, "Younger sister, do you like him? I really don't want you, for the sake of preserving our family, to sacrifice yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped what she was doing and then looked at him in surprise. Is that what you've been worrying about? Ah. Don't worry, even if I refused the young royal prince's request, he wouldn't threaten our family for this. He's not that type of person. I'm still young, so I'm not sure whether or not I like him that way. In any case, I don't hate the fellow right now. So, older brother, you don't need to feel guilty towards me. That being said, am I the type of person to silently suffer? Yu Heng thought for a bit and then lightly shook his head. With Royal Prince Yang's status and power, he was always afraid that he would force his younger sister to do something. As her older brother, he was powerless to do anything about it, so he felt quite helpless and resentful about this. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to comfort her older brother until he finally looked a bit more cheerful. After she finished baking 2 patches of flaky pastries, Yu Xiaoxiao sent him off to give a batch to the Lu family along with some peaches. She then called steward Yingtao over from the other room and sent her to the West Mountains residence with a box of flaky pastries. After Xiaolian finished inspecting the piggery, she came in from the gate. Currently, they were raising around 300 pigs in the piggery and they were all about half grown. Every day they ate so much food that it surprised everyone. All of the more hard-working children in the village would always cut a few baskets of fishwork to sell to the Yu family so they could earn a few copper coins as spending money. Ever since Royal Prince Yang sent them some capable stewards and senior servants over, Xiaoxiao also sent one of them to the piggery. That person managed the piggery very well and it was even better than when Xiaolian was there last year. Younger sister, right now is low tide, do you want to go diving right now? Recently, Xiaolian had spent a lot of time in the water with Xiaoxiao and Zhuang Xiaomo, so her swimming abilities had also gone up a notch. Her diving skills had also improved perceptibly. Xiaoxiao wanted to go out to the deep sea to dive to find some superior-grade abalone and sea cucumbers. If she went out with Xiaolian and Zhuang Xiaomo, it'd be hard to shake them off. She shook her head. I won't go today. Go see if our neighbor Shanhu wants to go and bring her along instead. The current mentality of people was that men and women should not touch when giving or receiving things, and it was quite embedded within society. If Xiaoxiao didn't go along, Xiaolian definitely wouldn't go to the beach with Zhuang Xiaomo as they'd be a single man and woman together alone. Although Xiaolian was still a young girl of 12, there were still differences between men and women. She was afraid that other people might start gossiping about this. Xiaolian remembered that Zhuang Xiaomo had told her yesterday that he wanted to take her to an area that had a lot of seafood underwater. If she suddenly changed her plans today, she was afraid that he would wait for no reason. After thinking a bit, she changed into her swimsuit underneath her outer clothes and then took her bamboo basket with her as she went to go find Shanhu next door. Not long after Xiaolian left, Yu Xiaoxiao also secretly changed into her swimsuit and left in a different direction to go to the beach. She found a secluded area and then stashed her outer clothes into a small rocky cave. Then, she dove and swam in the water like the descendant of a fish. Before long, a gray-blue dolphin about 2 meters long appeared and gleefully swam circles around her as if it was a little dog who hadn't seen its master for a long time. A small golden light next to Xiaoxiao gradually became bigger and then formed into the shape of a little cat. The little dolphin curiously used its long mouth to poke at the golden kitten but was pushed back by the little divine stone's claw. The cat could swim and actually swam very well. If other people saw this, they would definitely think they were only dreaming or in a fantasy world. With the little divine stone by her side, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't need to worry about having to surface up to breathe. In fact, even the increasing water pressure that occurred as she dove deeper wasn't a problem. She climbed onto the little dolphin's back while the kitten stayed on her shoulder and the 3 of them swam deeper into the ocean. Before long, Yu Xiaoxiao had filled up her little bamboo basket with seafood. This time, her harvest was truly too good and full of variety. In the deep ocean waters, the little golden kitten gave off a golden glow and she could see everything in the ocean very clearly. Giant abalone and fat sea cucumbers came to her hands easily. Yu Xiaoxiao also caught a 1-meter-long lobster that weighed about a catty. It was going to be the perfect supplement to the Yu family's table. Master, not far from here, there's a giant fleet of ships in the ocean. They have a somewhat bad smell coming off of them. The little divine stone seemed to sense something and gave her a warning. Fleet of ships, If she was remembering correctly, they should still be in the waters that were owned by the Great Ming Dynasty, right? If these were ships from the Great Ming Dynasty, the little divine stone definitely wouldn't be giving her a warning. She needed to surface up and take a look. Yu Xiaoxiao was a very brave little girl and patted the little dolphin's head and directed it to the surface. The little dolphin very obediently swam in the direction she wanted. She was able to see the ships now, so Xiaoxiao slid off of the little dolphin's back and quietly got closer to one of the ships that was currently moving. She pulled onto a rope that was dangling down and attempted to climb up. After a few tries with no luck, she asked the little divine stone silently, "Little glutinous dumpling, can you help me hear what they're saying?" The golden little kitten dimmed down the light coming off of its body and now resembled a kitten that was not even a month old now. It lightly jumped onto the deck of the ship and boldly walked towards one of the men that was dressed strangely. After it carefully listened for a bit, the little divine stone sardonically stated, "What kind of weird language are they speaking? Can't understand a single word." It transmitted the language that it could not understand to Yu Xiaoxiao as it also made fun of the man's appearance and dress. At the top of their head, they shaved a section, which makes them look like balding old men. The rest of the hair on their head is gathered into a small queue and pinned into a topknot, and they have a tiny beard left at the lips. They even wear wooden clogs. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart fall for a second. This is the dress and attire of the historical Japanese awe. These Japanese ships in the waters of the Great Ming Empire are definitely not here for a good reason. Oh right, in the historical Ming Dynasty, weren't there raids by Wokou pirates? Are these the ships of the Wokou then? Little glutinous dumpling, do you have any way to understand what they're saying? This is a very important manner that can change the lives of many people. Yu Xiaoxiao was very anxious and hastily asked the little divine stone. The little divine stone hesitated for a moment and replied somewhat reluctantly, "With my current cultivation level and amount of spiritual power, if I wanted to enter a human's consciousness, it'd be very difficult. Originally, I'd be able to speak very soon. If I immerse myself in the other person's thoughts in the way you want me to, I'm afraid I won't even be able to maintain my kitten form anymore." Yu Xiaoxiao dithered for a second and then said, "Didn't you say that by helping me, your master, your cultivation and spiritual powers would grow a lot? Furthermore, it would also loosen the fetters on you by a lot. If you really do what I ask you to and are able to help me greatly, you will not only help my family but you will also be saving the lives of countless people. This is a very big virtue. If only it would happen like you said. This divine stone doesn't expect much. As long as it comes out even, then I will be satisfied." The little divine stone wasn't convinced that it would be very helpful to its master to find out what the pirate was thinking. However, its consciousness was linked to its master's, so it could clearly feel the waves of worry coming off of Yu Xiaoxiao. Although it was quite reluctant to do so, it followed its master's wishes. A small condensed stream of spiritual energy went into the ear of the pirate that looked like the leader of them all and read the man's thoughts. "These people are all from a country across the sea from us. They had a very bad earthquake in their country and a lot of people died. This warrior kidnapped some of the fishermen from our country and found out that our country is having a larger bumper harvest, so they decided to attack us during harvest time. Master, things are looking bad. Their target is the Tanggu harbor and all of the nearby villages." The little divine stone's usage of energy was astounding. Before long, Yu Xiaoxiao could only intermittently hear its thoughts. After it was done talking, the little divine stone transformed back into a ray of golden light and returned back to the multicolored stone on Xiaoxiao's wrist, falling into a deep sleep. However, the information the stone found out was more than enough. She observed the direction the fleet of ships was heading towards and saw that they truly were going towards the harbor. There were around 10 ships speeding in the direction of Dongshan village. Yu Xiaoxiao felt scared and troubled. There were over a few dozen families in Dongshan village, which meant that there were at least 100 to 200 villagers living there. This critical information could not be delayed. Yu Xiaoxiao had the little dolphin swim back at top speed to bring her back to the shore. Although the little divine stone was now in a deep rest, the protections it formed for her were still active, so Xiaoxiao wasn't harmed by the water pressure or force. Thus, she was able to go back faster than the ships were moving. Yu Xiaoxiao first went back to the area where Xiaolian usually dove into the water. Using her intuition, she was able to find Zhuang Xiaomo, Zhou Shanhu and Xiaolian together. She dove underwater and signaled Xiaolian to surface. Once they surfaced, she hurriedly spoke, quickly go inform the village chief that Woku pirates are coming. Woku pirates. The person who spoke was Zhuang Xiaomo, who was treading water next to them. He revealed an expression of disbelief and hesitantly said, "Are you sure that these are Woku pirates? Woku pirates are very cruel and vicious. I heard the older generation mention that these pirates have no sense of humanity and will kill anyone they see and steal anything from anybody. They also rape women and burn down entire villages." Zhou Shanhu also came over and exclaimed as she shook her head with her hands over her mouth. Yu Xiaosao took a deep breath and forcefully calmed herself before she said, "I guarantee these are Woku pirates. The clothes they're wearing aren't the type that citizens of the Great Ming Empire would wear, and I couldn't understand a single word they were saying. They looked very cruel and had large knives at their waists." Older brother Xiaomo, quickly go to your village and tell this information to your village chief and then leave. You should pack up your things, whether they believe you or not, and come to our house. Zhuang Xiaomo forcefully nodded his head and assented, "Okay. I will warn the village chief and then come back to join you guys. If I'm late, there's no need to wait for me and stay in danger." Yu Xiaosao watched as he scrambled onto land and started sprinting towards the neighboring village. She also hurriedly swam to shore and didn't even bother to change into her clothes as she ran towards the village holding her clothes. She suddenly thought of her godfather, who was currently at the docks supervising the construction. So she said to Xiaolian, "I'll go to the village chief's home myself. You should go home first and tell older brother to ride Little Gray to the docks to inform my godfather so he can collaborate with the magistrate's soldiers. Tell mother and father to pack everything that's valuable and necessary so we can leave." Xiaolian nodded her head and sped off home in larger strides. Zhou Shanyu's face was ghostly white and she was scampering along behind her. Her father and older brother were out peddling goods and it was only her mother and her at home. It was urgent, she needed to inform her mother to pack everything first. Going with the Yu family was definitely the safest route. By the time Yu Xiaosao reached the village chief's residence, she was already completely out of breath. She placed the multicolored stone at her chest and a cool feeling trickled into her lungs. Her chest, which felt like it was about to explode earlier, finally calmed down a bit. She found the village chief and told him how she had dove deeply and swam out to sea and coincidentally discovered the pirates' ships. She told the older man every detail she could think of. The village chief frowned deeply and asked half in disbelief, "Are you sure they were Woku pirates and not some fishermen from our country out there?" "I am absolutely sure. The ships that I saw looked exactly alike to each other and there were at least 30 to 40 of them total. Furthermore, they looked very big. I surreptitiously swam closer to one by diving into the water and I could faintly hear the people on the ships talking. I couldn't understand a single word that they were saying. Then, I climbed up from the tail of the ship and saw that the people there were wearing completely different styles of clothing than us. They also had large knives and swords belted at their waist. I heard my grandfather saying that in the previous dynasty we had attacks from Woku pirates, so I thought I needed to tell this to you first. Village chief. Time is running out, please come up with an idea." Yu Xiaosao did her best to weave a story, but she was afraid the village chief wouldn't believe her. She was so worried that her entire head was covered in sweat. The village chief knew that although Xiaosao was young, she was quite steady and would absolutely not do something like this as a prank or joke. He thought for a bit and decided it was better to be safe than sorry. Woku pirates were always incredibly cruel and this wasn't a small issue. This was the first time this year that he had sounded the large bell at the entrance of the village. All of the villagers very quickly assembled over at the entrance of the village chief's residence and were all avidly discussing just what the village chief called them all over for. Last year, when the bell was sounded, it was right before the locust plague hit. The village chief very simply outlined what Xiaosao had told him and instructed the villagers to quickly go back and pack their things in preparation to flee to the mountains. When the villagers heard the news, lively discussion immediately arose. A lot of people didn't believe Xiaosao's words and thought that she must have seen things incorrectly. Some of them thought that she was making a big deal over nothing. Consequently, there were only a few people who went back home to start packing. Yu Xiaosao felt her anxiety rising. The pirates were about to come and the villagers were still debating amongst themselves. She thought for a bit and saw the person who was the best at climbing trees, Gudin. She pointed at the tallest tree in the village and said, "Gudin, go climb to the top of the tree and look. You should be able to vaguely see the fleet of ships from up there. In any case, I already warned everyone. It's up to you guys if you want to believe me or not." At the end, she also added one more thing: think about what happened last year with the locust plague. What happened to those people who didn't end up believing the news? Now, it's not just a matter of losing money or grain, your choices can determine the fate of all of the people in your family. At this moment, Gudin, who had climbed to the very top of the tree, sputtered from above, There. I can see more than a dozen ships on the horizon and they're heading in the direction of our village. I still can't see very clearly if they are Woku pirates or not." When people heard Gudin's shouts added onto what Xiaosao just said, most of the villagers felt more confident in her news. It was just as the village chief stated, better to be safe than sorry. If the ships coming were truly pirates, getting ready and hiding in the mountains was the sensible thing to do. If they weren't, it wasn't as if they would lose much, other than getting scared out of their wits. When the village chief saw everyone running back home, he couldn't help but remind them of a fact: make sure to only pack what is necessary and the valuables that are light. You're not going to be able to bring everything along. Losing some possessions is not the end of the world. What's important is to preserve your own lives. In an hour, everyone needs to assemble. Whoever's late, don't blame the rest of us for not waiting. Once Yu Xiaosao saw everyone moving, she waved to the village chief and then sped off to her own family. On the way, she passed by the Zhou family and saw Auntie Zhou sighing over the few hundred chickens she was raising. "Auntie, take the chickens into the mountain thickets. Whatever can be saved is better than nothing. Take along the valuables that you can bring along, but don't be greedy. Keeping your life is the most important thing." Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but give the older woman a reminder. When Yu Xiaosao got home, she saw all of the Yu family members, other than Yu Heng who went to the docks and little Sito who was studying in town, congregated in the courtyard. All of their hired workers for the pharmaceutical workshop and piggery had gone back to their respective homes to pack. Yingtao and the stewards that Royal Prince Yong had given her each had a bundle of stuff in their hands as they fearfully waited there. Did someone tell oldest aunt's family? Yu Xiaosao noticed that her oldest paternal aunt's family wasn't there and had to ask. Yu Hai gave her a reassuring look and said, "Arya went there to tell them, they should be back very soon." Just as he spoke, his older sister's entire family all came in with packs on their back as they rushed into the courtyard. What about Imperial Prince Jing's residence on the mountain? Did anyone inform them? Although there were a decent amount of guards there, the pirates also had a lot of people and they were cruel. Without the self-proclaimed martial arts expert Royal Prince Yong there, it wouldn't be safe for Princess Consort Jing to stay in the villa. Senior servant Yong, who was in charge of the piggery, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "When we got the news, my husband went to the mountain residence immediately. At this time, the princess consort should be almost done preparing." Yu Xiaosao looked around the courtyard and saw that everyone was carrying a packed-up bag that wasn't too big so they could easily flee. It was likely they only packed the most valuable items in their residences for this trip. Yu Hai and Lu Hu had a bit more in their packs. Other than daily necessities, everyone also carried around 20 caddies of grain, a steel pot, and some utensils. They didn't know how long the pirates would stay and when they could finally come back. It was likely they needed to spend several days in the mountains, so the Yu family and Lu family needed to bring enough grain to last. Yu Xiaosao entered her own room and packed 2 simple sets of clean clothing. She also took out the banknotes, silver bits, and some jewelry along. After thinking a bit, she also took her medicine box. Inside she had medicines to treat colds and other mild illnesses. In addition, she had medications to stop bleeding. Before long, Princess Consort Jing and her 20-some imperial bodyguards came down the mountain. Along with the 20-some senior servants, stewards, and maids, her entourage made a grand sight and was much larger than the combined Yu and Lu families. Princess Consort Jing appeared exceptionally calm and she looked over everyone in the courtyard before she spoke to the now serene Yu Xiaosao. "When we came down the mountain, we saw that those people with questionable backgrounds were already very close to land. Have you decided everything yet? Are we really going to flee into the mountains? Don't people say that there are a lot of ferocious beasts in there? Yu Xiaoxiao came up and held onto Princess Consort Jing's arm reassuringly as she gently said, "Please don't worry, Your Highness. We're not going deep into the mountains, so we should not encounter any vicious beasts. If we're on the outside part of the mountain and the pirates come and find out there's nothing to take, won't they chase us up the mountain to find us?" One of the bodyguards, who looked on the younger side, frowned and remarked somewhat pessimistically. Yu Xiaoxiao considered his question and then replied, "I know a ravine in the mountain that is pretty well hidden and the entrance is easily guarded and hard to attack. We should go there to hide. Even if the Woku pirates find the entrance, with you guys protecting it, it'd be hard for them to get through." Princess Consort Jing gave her a knowing look and then asked, "Is that the ravine that has a lot of wild camellias and orchids? If that's the place you're talking about, it should be very well hidden." After she finished, she then gave a penetrating look at her two personal maids, Meixiang and Lanxiang. These two maids had once gone with Xiaoxiao to that ravine and they brought back a few rare specimens. However, the next time when they tried to go there themselves, the two maids couldn't find the entrance of the ravine again. Meixiang had said that they clearly remembered every twist and turn to get there but they just couldn't find the entrance again. It was as if that ravine had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and agreed, "Yes, other than that place, I can't think of another place that is suitable to hide a few hundred people." "A few hundred people? We need to take along all of the men, women, children, and elders from the village along. The more people there are, the more chances there are for mishaps. Miss Yu, you need to make sure you know what you're doing." The commander of the bodyguards didn't seem to approve of this idea of bringing so many civilians along. The frown on his face became even more apparent. "We're all from the same village and some of us are even related to each other. We can't just leave them alone to fend for themselves. Since we have the ability, what's wrong with helping them?" It had been almost 4 years since she transmigrated over to this world. Other than a few special people in Dongshan village, the vast majority of villagers were all pure-hearted and adorable. Their simple ways of life and warm interactions with each other caused Yu Xiaoxiao to consider this place more and more like her home. When danger was approaching, she couldn't abandon any of them, even if they had treated her poorly in the past. The Yu family was already done preparing, but the people in the village were a whole other matter. The villagers were all running around in a panic. Many people couldn't bear to let go of anything that was of any value, especially those of the older generation. Every needle and thread in the house required money to buy them, so they even brought along old bamboo baskets with holes in them. It was getting closer to the time to leave and there were a whole bunch of people standing in front of the village chief's home. The village chief saw a fellow with a giant pack on his left shoulder and a large wicker basket crammed full of items on his right. The man could barely walk as he staggered down the road and stumbled in the group. The village chief was incensed and scolded them, "Right now we're running for our lives, not moving. Do you think you'll be able to climb mountains and hide with all of that stuff you're bringing off? You're just a sitting duck waiting for the Woku pirates to catch you and then rip you apart. Everyone, open your bags for me now. Other than money, you should only be carrying along 2 changes of clothing and 3 days' worth of food. Everything else, you need to throw away." When he saw the villagers looking at each other stupidly but not doing anything, the village chief's temper exploded again. "If you guys don't want to listen to me, that's fine. You are all in charge of yourselves. I'm not going to bother anymore, alright? Figure things out yourselves. Second son's wife and third son's wife, you're both in charge of taking care of the kids. Give all of your packs to your husbands and follow me." When the villagers saw that the village chief wasn't going to be in charge of them anymore, they immediately panicked. A lot of the villagers started opening their packs and taking out the stuff that wasn't that important. After cleaning out their bags, they found a place to hide the other items. Although the packs were still pretty heavy, they no longer hindered their movements anymore. Once they finished reorganizing their belongings, these villagers pulled their families along to follow the village chief as they headed towards the West Mountains. Those who still couldn't bear to throw anything else away staggered behind the group of people. Before long, they were at the back of the pack. Among them was Madame Zhang and her family. Madame Zhang carried a giant bamboo basket on her back. Other than grain, She also packed a bunch of daily necessities. She even couldn't bear to leave behind some ceramic tiles at home and also packed that. Naturally, she carried all of the cash at home on her body. Even Madame Li didn't know where her mother-in-law had hidden the money. Behind Madame Zhang was Yu Dashan, who was carrying a giant wrapped pack. It was very obvious that they had packed even the large blankets at home. Yu Dashan currently resembled a small mountain and he could only walk a couple steps before huffing and puffing like an overburdened ox. Madame Li carried a lot less than the other two people, but her body was fat and soft. She was usually very lazy and did the very minimal to get by, so she wasn't used to walking so far and started to breathe heavily from exertion. It was obvious that she couldn't handle traveling so far along with 30 caddies of luggage. Gradually, these three people started to lag behind and were at the very back of the fleeing villagers. They walked one step forward and staggered for the next three. It was quite difficult for them to press on. Madame Li also kept turning back every 3 steps to mumble about her son, who was working at the docks. She was praying that there wouldn't be anything bad happening there. At this time, the village chief's family had already reached the foot of the West Mountains. In front of the Yu family was Princess Consort Jing and her entourage of servants and bodyguards. After seeing the 20 or so strong and vigorous bodyguards, the village chief's heart settled down a bit. The village chief came forward and bowed respectfully to the princess consort before he spoke to Yu Hai. Da Hai, although you haven't gone up the mountain much these past 2 years, you still spent a few years with young General Zhao hunting there. I'm sure you have a much better idea of the terrain and area in the mountains than me. Where do you think would be a good place for a couple hundred villagers like us to hide in there? Yu Hai didn't even have the chance to reply when a person jumped down from the nearby tree. It was the commander of the bodyguards, Commander Zheng. He had been observing the movements of the fleet of ships this entire time and, surprisingly, he had a pair of binoculars in his hand. The look in the commander's eyes was grim and he had a slightly worried look on his face as he yelled, "The fleet is about to land and they are truly Woku pirates. All of them have knives or swords at their belts and they're not here for a good reason. Your Highness, we can't delay any longer, it's time to go." The Yu family lived at the foot of the West Mountains and their residence was on a higher piece of land. When the village chief heard the report from the commander, he looked in the direction of the ocean. Sure enough, there were around a dozen ships on the coastline and he could see around a dozen of people running on the beach. They were headed towards the direction of the village in a very aggressive manner. The village chief then turned to look at the villagers and noticed that there were a dozen families who still persisted in carrying heavy luggage as they staggered in the very back. He screamed at those people, wishing his voice could become as loud as a megaphone. Are possessions more important or your lives more important? The Woku pirates have already landed. Before long, they're going to catch up with us. Throw away those giant bags on your backs, running away is more essential. Yu Xiaoao saw Madame Zhang, who was at the very back and looked very old and haggard. She indifferently looked away. She walked to Princess Consort Jing and supported her into a chair sedan that was being carried by 2 strong and vigorous servants. She then motioned at the Yu and Lu family to follow and started to head towards the mountain thickets that she was very familiar with. When she was close to the piggery, she blew a clear and resounding whistle. A black figure suddenly appeared and whizzed towards her. On a closer look, it was Little Black, who had already reached the height of a grown man. He wagged his giant bushy tail and gleefully circled around Yu Xiaoxiao a few times. Once he got her approval, he followed her from behind with satisfaction and couldn't bear to leave her. Out of the 2 young wolves, Little White had a more untamed personality and often disappeared into the forests in the mountains to run around like a little tyrant. From time to time, he would come back to Xiaoxiao with some prey in his mouth. Most of his time was spent exploring the West Mountains. One time, he had apparently encountered a leopard and killed it, bringing it back. However, he also had some leftover injuries from that fight. Xiaoxiao used some mystic stone water and herbal medicines to treat his wounds. Before long, his injuries had healed. This fellow very easily forgot his past wounds and pain. When the wounds just scabbed over, he ran back to the mountainous forests to play around again. Little Black, on the other hand, was closer to humans. Every day, he was in charge of guarding and watching the piggery, so he ended up getting fed by the steward, senior servant, and Shaolian who were there. His figure was becoming more and more like a pig's. This fellow really knew how to sell himself and act cute. Although he was already taller than Xiao Xiao, every time he saw her, he needed her to hold him a bit. Despite the fact that Xiao Xiao could no longer hold him up, she still needed to hug him and stroke his head and body before he was finally satisfied. If she wasn't already certain, it would be hard to guess that this fellow was a true and full-blooded wolf. Yu Xiaoxiao walked at the front with Little Black. On each side of her, there were 2 bodyguards with their swords unsheathed to open up the way. Right behind her was Princess Consort Jing Sedan with the commander of the bodyguards and a few of the more expert imperial bodyguards around her. They had her encircled tightly within their protection. Following them was the Yu family and Lu family. Eldest granduncle Yu Lichen's entire family had also been pulled up by old Yu and was traveling along with the rest of their group. Currently, in the eyes of the villagers of Dongshan village, the Yu family and the Lu family were in the safest position because the remaining dozen or so bodyguards from Imperial Prince Jing's residence were protecting the area around them. All of the bodyguards who were at the mountain residence were handpicked and experts at fighting. The group had over 100 people and most of them were the elderly, women and children. Flurries of activity bustled within the group. The sounds of children crying, women scolding, and the men urging them on merged into a cacophony. The sound startled all of the birds in the area, causing them to flee into the air. The village chief, who was following the Yu family closely, looked back and saw the mess. He couldn't stand it anymore and raised his voice to scold all of the villagers. Every man in the household, become the man. Control your wife and children. You guys are so noisy. Is it because you're afraid that the Woku pirates don't know where we are? If you guys lure these pirates to you, no one's going to care whether you live or die. The words of the village chief were very quickly disseminated throughout the people. Within moments, the noise settled down. Occasionally the sound of a child crying could be heard before the parents shushed their child. A voice sounded from the group. Aren't there about a dozen bodyguards who are skilled from Imperial Prince Jing's mountain villa? Would they really just watch as we die in front of them? The village chief glanced at the bodyguards, whose expressions hadn't changed, and coldly laughed. He replied back in the direction of the sound. Just what type of status do you have that you want the Imperial Prince's bodyguards to save you? They are here to protect the Princess Consort. How thick-faced are you to bring yourself up to the level of the Princess Consort? Cut the crap and use your energy to flee, alright. If the Woku pirates catch you, then you can find out if the bodyguards will help you or not, okay. The nearby villagers looked at the cold and indifferent expressions on the bodyguards and anxiety swirled within them. Who was so stupid to provoke these bodyguards at this time? If these soldiers decided to leave them to fend for themselves, the West Mountains were very large and it was likely they would get lost within moments. If they ended up rushing into the territory of ferocious beasts, they didn't even need to wait for the pirates to catch up before they would be torn into the pieces tonight by animals. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was at the very front, thought that the person asking sounded like Madame Zhang. She sneered inside, do you think you're the sun and that the earth has to rotate around you? You want the Imperial Prince's bodyguards to protect you? Gosh, what type of crazy ideas do you have in your mind? Stop dreaming. She was currently traversing through a bunch of vegetation that was about as tall as a person. The bodyguards next to her were using their swords constantly to cut any plants that were in the way so that the Princess Consort's sedan could pass through without any issues. As this continued, the speed of the fleeing group had slowed down. There were still a few people lagging behind in the back because they were not willing to lighten their packs and leave any items behind. Thus, they struggled through the thick vegetation. Suddenly, in the very back, Yu Dashan could faintly hear the voices of people that were speaking in a foreign language. The sounds did not seem very far from him. Yu Dashan was so scared that his legs trembled. He threw down the giant pack on his back and raced for his life as he ran forward. He ran and screamed at the same time, the Woku pirates have caught up. Quickly run! The pirates are here. The 2 women with him, who had been unceremoniously left behind, were stunned for a moment. Neither Madame Zhang or Madame Li had ever thought that Yu Dashan, who usually acted very filial and loving to his mother and wife, would actually leave the 2 of them, one an elder and one a weak woman, behind and only be concerned for his own safety. Madame Li very quickly regained her wits and she turned her head around to look at the thick forest behind her. Although she couldn't see any pirates in the back, she could hear the sounds of them approaching. Because Yu Dashin had run away screaming his head off, the pirates were able to pinpoint the direction that the villagers were fleeing in. Thus, 100 or so pirates were now running in their direction. Madame Li imitated Yu Dashin's actions and also threw away all of the possessions she was holding. With her load lightened, she glanced briefly at Madame Zhang, who still had a giant wicker basket on her back, and huffed and puffed as she took off for her life. Her only thought was this: as long as I can pass more people, I'll be safe. Madame Zhang was so distraught by the events that tears almost dripped down her face. She was now very regretful and angry. She hated her eldest son, who she had taken care of for more than a dozen years. Despite her affections for him, he was willing to throw her away, his old mother, at the face of danger to save his own skin. She was regretful about her previous actions. By being so cruel, she had severed all relations she had with Yu Hai and his family. If she had treated them better in the past, with Yu Hai's kind-hearted temperament, he absolutely wouldn't act like Yu Dashin and leave her behind cold-heartedly. Instead, the one who would be protected by the bodyguards in front would be her. The people around Madame Zhang were all throwing away their belongings without a single thought and scattering around in a panic as they absconded for their lives. She couldn't care about her possessions anymore either. At any rate, all of the family's money was on her body, so the rest of the items didn't amount to much. She threw off the giant bamboo basket onto the ground and quickened her steps forward as she crookedly stumbled up the mountain trail. She did her best to catch up with the other villagers. She didn't want to be left behind and become the first sacrifice to the Woku pirates. What should we do? The pirates are about to catch up. We can't just watch as they harm and kill all of the other people in Dongshan village. Yu Hai heard the panic noises behind them and couldn't help from clenching his hands into fists. Yu Xiaosao frowned seriously and chewed on her lips before she spoke to the commander of the bodyguards. Commander Zheng, with our current speed, I'm pretty sure that the pirates will very quickly catch up to us. The commander of the bodyguards unsheathed his long sword and nodded. Miss Yu, you don't need to worry about that. Continue to lead the way ahead and I will take a few brothers along to the back to intercept the Woku pirates. This will give everyone some more time to run away. Yu Hai suddenly volunteered. I'm very familiar with these mountain forests and I also know how to hunt and stalk prey in this area. I'll go with you guys. When Madame Lu heard him say this, she stumbled a step and a feeling of panic bubbled in her heart. She couldn't stop herself from crying. My husband. Yu Hai smiled reassuringly at her and said, Wife, don't worry. In these woods, I can't brag about anything else but I know how to hide and conceal myself very well. If things are looking bad, I will make sure to retreat very quickly. Don't worry, I won't do things out of pride and greed and try to be a hero when I'm not. The commander of the bodyguards also comforted her. Madam, don't worry. As long as I am here, I will make sure to keep Brother Yu safe and sound. Although there are a lot of pirates chasing after us, they are mostly familiar with battles on the open sea and don't know how to fight in thick forests. We won't directly confront these pirates. Madame Lu's face had turned as white as a sheet out of fear. She knew her husband had already made his decision and that he wouldn't listen to her. She could only nod her head weakly and implore him to be very careful. He needed to remember that his family still had many weak and elderly members waiting for him to come back. Madame Lu was currently beside herself with worry. Her eldest son had gone to the docks to report on the situation during such a dangerous time. Her younger daughter had said that there were quite a few pirate ships headed towards the direction of the docks as well. It was pretty obvious that that area would also be full of danger. Now, her husband had volunteered himself to head straight into danger himself. How could she not be concerned about them? When Yu Hai left with Commander Zheng and the other bodyguards to the back, Yingtao and the wife of the steward who was in charge of the piggery, Steward Zhao's wife, came up to support Madame Lu on each side. They followed closely behind Princess Consort Jing's sedan. Princess Consort Jing also turned her head back to say a few comforting words. Inwardly, the princess consort was not as serene as she seemed. However, whenever she saw Yu Xiaosao, a tiny little girl, confronting the crisis in front of them with a cool head and leading the way, she also felt her heart settle down too. Yu Xiaosao was also worried about her father going back to confront the Woku pirates. However, the pirates were catching up to them and there was already not enough time for everyone to flee to the hiding place in that hidden ravine. They needed someone to create an opportunity for them to get more time. Although those bodyguards were highly skilled, they still weren't as familiar with the terrain of the forests of the West Mountain as a native. With her father leading the way, they would be able to complete their mission much more easily. In order to ensure her father's safety, she sent Little Black and Little White to go protect her father. Both of the two wolves now had the bulk and strength of an alpha wolf. Although Little Black usually liked to act cute and play with humans, he could actually fight a bear on his own without any difficulties. As the group steadily trudged forward deeper into the forest, the people in the back couldn't help but squeeze closer to the front. The originally loose group of villagers was now all bunched up tightly. Yu Dashan had been fleeing like a madman earlier and finally caught up with Imperial Prince Jing's group of bodyguards in the front. He forcefully squeezed through people to get closer to the Yu family's group. "Don't hold me back and let me through. I'm also surnamed Yu and I am the older brother of Yu Hai." Yu Dashan was ordinarily a dull and wooden man, but now he had completely changed. His eyes were completely red as he fought against the bodyguards preventing him from breaking through the circle. He desperately wanted to go into the inner protected area. Old Yu was also currently worried about his son and eldest grandson. When he heard the commotion, he slowed down and headed back to where Yu Dashan was currently struggling against the bodyguards. Old Yu looked behind Yu Dashan and disappointment crawled onto his face. He sighed and shook his head. "Dashan, you actually left your mother and wife behind while you ran ahead. You. Are you still human? Ah. How am I not human? Those two are both deadweights and would only pull me back. One's old while the other's fat. If the pirates caught up, all three of us would die. Why can't I run for my life? Preserving one life is still a life." Both of Yu Dashan's eyes were bright red and it looked like he had lost all reason within his head. Yu Kaifeng shot a look of disgust at him and said, "Are you worthy of the name Yu? You're such an unfilial and selfish man, stay farther away from us. Don't dirty our eyes here. I was your father's son for more than 30 years and took the surname Yu for over 30 years. As a daughter who married out, what qualifications do you have to determine whether I'm worthy of the name Yu?" At this point, Yu Dashan was snapping at anyone who was available as if he no longer cared about offending others. Old Yu let out another sigh and said, "In times of crisis, one can truly see a person's true nature. If you had brought your wife and your mother along with you, I would shamefully speak up for you and ask the princess consort to show mercy and let you guys stay with us. However, you're someone who's even willing to throw away your own mother. What qualifications do you have to have me to plead for you? I'm not that thick-skinned." Old Yu then looked at Yu Dashan deeply in the eye while a complicated feeling arose in his heart. He had originally thought that Yu Dashan wasn't the same as his mother and that he was a straight bamboo sprout that had grown out of a crooked one. However, now he knew that they were truly mother and son. They were cold and selfish to their very bones. He shook his head and turned around to leave. No matter how much Yu Dashan begged or what he said, old Yu didn't turn back. As this was happening, Yu Hai led the head of the bodyguards and another 10 men who were very skilled through the forest. They very quickly reached the back of the fleeing group. Madame Zhang saw him and opened her mouth but in the end didn't say anything. She instead stamped her feet along and did her best to follow the rest of the people. Yu Hai only indifferently glanced at her, as if she was a stranger that he didn't even know. He looked at the terrain around them and then addressed the commander of the bodyguards. "The situation is urgent. Judging from the sounds of the Woku pirates, they should be able to get here in about 15 minutes. We should set a few traps nearby that are large enough to catch large animals and wait for these pirates to fall into them." End of chapter 390. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.